I would like to convene the December 2023 Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. Ms. Pescone, are there any public speakers?
Good morning. We have one member of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Murray Bowden.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. You're right. There is nothing that works like face-to-face meetings. And I'm here because I want to see you all face-to-face. Kathy, I'd like you to arrange for me to meet with your team in person in January. I know you're very busy right now, to discuss some of the issues that will, I hope, make it easier for people and safer for drivers. And I wish you all as enjoyable a holiday. We had a family gathering yesterday. It is quite diverse. It was excellent. Everybody had a good time. And I wish you all a very positive new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. We do not have a quorum today, so we're going to hold the approval of the minutes for the board meeting. President Sheridan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Barbas. Annually in the December meeting, the MTA Committee work plan for the following year is proposed, and then any changes are approved in the January meeting. B&T's proposed 2024 work plan starts on page 8 of the committee book and has been updated with the following changes to the committee's agenda. The November 2023 financial report is included in this month's committee materials. Reporting of the final review of 2023 year-end operating results will occur in May 2024, consistent with the reporting of all other agencies. The third quarter 2023 diversity report is included in this month's committee materials. I've been advised that there will be an MTA-wide diversity report provided at the Diversity Committee. I'd also like to point out that the cover of the committee book has an incorrect listing of the committee members, and that will be corrected.
While I know we're not approving minutes, I noticed something in the minutes related to congestion pricing, which says the $15 fee will be for entering or remaining, and I didn't think it was remaining. If you're in the district and you didn't enter the district, you're not getting charged?
Allison?
Yeah, the recommendation from the TMRB was just for entry.
Yeah,
So
but here it says or remaining in the minutes.
We'll get that corrected. Thank you, Albert. Sure. Before we go into our committee meeting, I'd like to talk a little bit about the weather, which occurred overnight. Last night at 10 p.m., we had a soft ban on all empty tractor trailers and tandem trucks until 2 p.m. today. We closed pedestrian walkways at the Cross Bay and Marine Parkway bridges. At 4:15 a.m., we fully closed the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. We had peak gusts of 83.4 miles an hour and sustained winds of 68.5 miles per hour. And then about an hour later at 5:15, we reopened the VN with restrictions. All other bridges at some point overnight were at phase 3 wind restrictions, which occurs at 45 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds. At the Throgs Neck Bridge, we had off-property closures due to localized flooding, which required us to close ramps, but those have since reopened. And we had no issues at the 2 tunnels. We expect weather will continue throughout the morning. We may actually have another wave of rain and wind, not as extreme as we saw overnight. And then it will be tapering off throughout the day. Customers should allow for additional travel time and check the MTA website for updates. And I want to thank the staff who worked tirelessly overnight, reacting to all of the conditions that occurred. So going into the committee, I'd like to acknowledge our colleagues from the New York City Fire Department Center for Terrorism and Disaster Preparedness, who joined with the B&T team to conduct a tabletop exercise last month on Randall's Island. My thanks to FDNY Lieutenant Craig Roeder for leading this dynamic problem-solving drill, about which you'll hear more from our department heads. Scenario exercises like this one reinforce existing relationships among agencies and are critical to ensuring not only safety and security, but also continuity of business operations in the event of an emergency. I'm also pleased to report B&T welcomed a new class of Level 1 maintainers at the end of November. These 25 individuals have commenced a multidisciplinary training regimen that includes safety, protocols in roadway and electrical work, commercial vehicle driving, welding, forklift operation, incident command structure, and administrative duties. I thank our Human Resources Consolidated Partners and the B&T Training Department for their work bringing these much-needed new employees on board. B&T employees joined in the spirit of the season by mobilizing for concurrent charity efforts for this December, for the annual coat drive and the TBTA Emerald Society toy drive. My thanks to all who made the time for managing the coordination and achieving successful showings on both counts. As 2023 draws to a close, I would like to thank all of our employees for their hard work and dedication across operations, maintenance, security, and safety and health. I also commend our Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling team, which includes the Central Business District Tolling Program Unit, for the tireless work they've been doing all year. Additionally, I'd like to extend our gratitude to our MTA business partners, chiefly Construction and Development, Human Resources, Labor Relations, Law, Procurement, Finance, and other key departments within headquarters. We work closely with them every day and appreciate their support of our mission. I would also like to thank Chair Mack, who is with us via Zoom today, and all of the committee members for your ongoing support. I'll now turn it over to Chief Operating Officer Allison De Sereno.
Thank you, Kathy. Since coming to B&T 7 years ago at the height of the agency's accelerated conversion to open road tolling, Vice President and Chief Safety Officer Eric Osnes has made a consistently positive mark in all aspects of the job. A safety professional with more than 25 years of unique experience in health, security, environmental, and industrial hygiene roles. In his previous MTA job as a member of Capital Construction's safety management team, Eric was involved in such major projects as East Side Access, 2nd Avenue Subway, and the Fulton Transit Center, just to name a few. We were truly fortunate to have him join B&T in 2017. Eric's safety acumen was integral to the agency's adaptation to a whole new environment of nonstop traffic through facility plazas cleared of toll booths when we moved to open road tolling. And while Eric perhaps cannot claim complete credit, during his tenure at B&T, our collision rate was reduced by more than 30%. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic, during which time Eric provided steady and reassuring daily guidance that helped us all through the worst days and beyond. He also engaged fully with outside professionals regarding the important issue of suicide prevention as it pertained to major vehicular crossings, and is evidenced earlier this year when he represented the MTA at the Transportation for Life Summit along with other New York State agencies. His knowledge and expertise, accumulated along a career path that includes the FBI and the Federal Bureau of Prisons, as well as an early run with New York City Transit Authority, has proven invaluable on multiple levels during his time here at B&T. Therefore, it is with a mixture of goodwill, but much regret, that we bid farewell to Eric, who retires this month. On behalf of President Sheridan and the entire B&T team, I thank him for his outstanding service and wish him well, and wish him all the best in the next chapter. He is and will always be part of the B&T family. I'll now turn it over to Eric himself.
Wow, thank you for that, Allison. It always sounds more impressive when somebody else is telling your story. It really has been a privilege and an honor to represent this discipline as well as bridges and tunnels over the years. It is the culmination of experiences here at the MTA working for construction and development, as well as the challenges we've had here at Bridges and Tunnels. It's truly made me a better professional. So I want to thank the leadership within this organization, the MTA, for giving me this opportunity. It's truly shaped me as an individual. So thank you.
Eric, good
Thank
luck.
you, Eric.
And the beat goes on. Okay, Allison, thank you again. In a collaborative effort, Safety and Health alongside Operations partnered with the FDNY's Center for Terrorism and Disaster Preparedness exercise design team to craft a tabletop exercise centered on a Bronx-Whitestone Bridge incident involving a fuel tanker that disables toll collection systems. The scenario promoted objectives to assess responses from B&T's operations, toll system technical specialists, C&D engineers, and the FDNY. The scenario familiarized FDNY leadership with the Whitestone Bridge's critical systems, emphasizing the functional importance of toll collection equipment and roadway interfaces. This understanding facilitated a response within the scenario requiring coordination efforts under the incident command structure. Interactions with B&T operational leadership working in unison with FDNY command staff were evaluated by observers during the exercise. Adequacy of procedures pertaining to road closures and the evacuation of personnel were also evaluated, representing B&T's relative preparedness during a full-scale event. In tandem to the deployment of the respective tactics, communication to the public and executive leadership were deemed critical. Once in the recovery phase, the scenario led to evaluations by our engineering partners to ascertain structural integrity, while toll collection technical experts explored alternate means to reinstate the ability to collect tolls. Feedback as part of after-action discussions, in addition to a written report to be provided by the FDNY's exercise design team, allows B&T to continuously improve and challenge internal processes. This is an objective of consensus standards as prescribed within the National Fire Protection Association, NFPA protocols, that allows us to engage with the fire department and establish relationships while meeting code requirements. And I will now turn it over to Rich. Rich, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Eric, and I'll miss you, buddy. For B&T, our relationships with our regional transportation and emergency response partners hinges on coordination, cooperation, and communication. These entities provide specialized services that fall within their areas of expertise. Our FDNY colleagues will frequently respond to incidents and events at our facilities and do more than simply extinguish fires, with emergency medical services and rescue operations at the forefront. A key component to our partnership is to focus on readiness for incidents, emergencies, and events that may occur on B&T property and areas surrounding our facilities. As is standard in both the National Incident Management System as well as the citywide version under which we operate when interacting with our New York City partners, drills and exercises are the best way to examine policy, procedure, and process and preparedness prior to a real-world incident. Mobilization exercises focus on an array of scenarios designed and executed to ensure that all entities operate seamlessly as a single unit within the incident command structure during an emergency affecting B&T's operations and our delivery of service. Exercises are designed to be scalable and flexible, so they may be held as tabletop drills, no-notice exercises, or as full-scale, controlled, real-world scenarios to be played out on our roadways. This scenario design of our November tabletop involved concurrent incidents at two of our crossings, the Bronx Whitestone and Verrazano Narrows bridges. It included impacts to life safety, traffic throughput, physical infrastructure, and business operations. FDNY and Bridges and Tunnels worked through a complex scenario involving a major fuel spill and two fires within a unified command structure to come to a positive resolve. The exercise, designed by B&T and FDNY, is currently in the phase during which lessons learned and best practices are captured in an after-action report. These action items are reviewed and changes to processes and policies are implemented as identified. An initial takeaway was that all leaders left better prepared in becoming more familiar with capabilities, policies, and responsibilities of one another during an emergency. It's only through these cooperative efforts that we can maintain optimal preparedness. And as is a common point of view during any exercise, it's always better to exchange business cards, or in the 21st century, cell phone contact cards, at a drill and not at a real-world incident. With that, I will turn it over to Vice President and Chief of Internal Security, Don Look, who will discuss ISD's role in the exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. The Internal Security Department was pleased to participate in this valuable exercise. For our part, ISD advised that as manager of Bridges and Tunnels Video Systems, upon notification of a fire event, we would begin to immediately review available video feeds within and around the site, immediately searching for persons who may have been impacted by the fire. ISD would also provide live scenes to executive management, the Operations Command Center, and of course the facilities directly impacted by the event. At a point in the exercise, an additional fire was reported at the Verrazano Bridge. If the fire appeared to be suspicious or intentional, ISD would check with our partners in the federal, state, and local government intelligence units to determine if there was anything credible regarding coordinated plans. Upon the fire being extinguished, representatives of Internal Security Department would participate in the post-event analysis of the facility with construction and development engineering colleagues to evaluate and address safety and security concerns. Lastly, ISD would also remain in touch with the fire department, fire marshal's personnel concerning the cause of the fire. And I now turn this over to Nicola Angel, Vice President of Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling.
Thanks, Don. During an event such as depicted in our fire department, FDNY tabletop, B&T's tolling technology division would coordinate with operations, maintenance, and others to implement established emergency protocols. As soon as safety feasible, tolling technology personnel would also work in tandem with C&D to assess and expedite equipment and system repairs to resume toll collection. The Intelligent Transportation System Division would provide technical support to the facilities and command center operations regarding traffic management systems. They would also coordinate with operations and our regional partners at Transcom as appropriate to ensure accurate traveler information is displayed on the variable messages signs and in commercial truck communication throughout the region. Tolling Operations Division would communicate to customers through EasyPass New York Customer Service Center regarding the status of affected crossings via website, the Tolls New York mobile app, and call center staff. We would also update our tolling agency partners regarding ongoing issues that could affect them. ITST would also be calculating any revenue loss for budgeting purposes and potential insurance claims. Upon resumption of toll collection, additional monitoring would ensure system performance. I will turn it over to Charles Passarella, Vice President of Maintenance and Support. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicola. Maintenance responsibility for this exercise were to provide assistance to the FDNY team by helping clear the building of all personnel and informing them of power and communication routes to the compromised structure and the administration building. In addition, maintenance crews would assist in roadway closures leading to the facility for the safety and protection of the traveling public, as well as the first responders at the site. Central Maintenance North crews would be dispatched from Randall's Island to the Whitestone Bridge with heavy-duty equipment vehicles, including roadway sweepers, crane and vac trucks, as well as any other emergency equipment to assist with reopening the facility once the incident has cleared. The Central Maintenance South crews would be deployed to assist with any issues at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge where a concurrent incident occurred. In preparation for the reopening of the facility, maintenance crews would also assist the tolling group in reestablishing toll collection. Once the incident commander deemed it safe to reopen the facility, all roadway closures would be lifted and the traffic permitted to safely resume. I personally witnessed a real-life incident back in April of 1991 when a tanker truck spilled over 3,500 gallons of fuel on the Bronx-Whitestone Bridge toll plaza, which ignited into the sewer system surrounding the facility. Fortunately, there were no injuries or major damage from that incident, other than the heavy traffic impact that extended far and wide, as reported in the New York Times and across the news that day. The lessons learned from that incident, as well as this tabletop exercise, are invaluable and provide critical information to all parties involved for future incidents that may occur at our facilities. Thank you, and unless there are any questions, this concludes our presentation.
Commissioner Albert.
So when there is an emergency and a crossing has to be adjusted, either shut off or narrowed or whatever, are the tools to do that in the command center or at that crossing?
So it'd be at the crossing, but it is made in conjunction with the command center too. So that decision is made, together, but all the tools are at that location.
And from the time that decision is made till the time all the signs are changed and everything, how long?
It happens very rapidly, within 10 minutes or even, we're deploying personnel. As soon as the incident occurs, we're out there and, working to do what needs to be safe.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Charlie, and to all for this important partnering effort with our FDNY colleagues. Continuing with our 90th anniversary celebrations, the many commuters and visitors who pass through or spend time in Grand Central Terminal will be treated to a display of B&T Special Archive historic images. This display will be periodically refreshed with new content, so please visit often. This is around the corner from the Transit Museum's location. And I want to thank our Metro North colleagues for helping to facilitate this installation. There are no procurements this month, and looking ahead to next year, we'll be sharing 2023 accomplishments and look forward to new achievements and celebrations of more historic milestones. Speaking on behalf of the executive management team at B&T, I wish everyone a peaceful, safe, and festive holiday season and a very happy new year. And if there are no further questions, this concludes our report.
Thank you. May I have any questions? I don't want to jump the gun. Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, you have a question? It doesn't matter. We need to say we're adjourning, though. You could have pretended a little bit, all right? Okay.
Everybody have an enjoyable holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
You too. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Hello? Okay, there we go. All right, good morning and welcome to the last meeting of the Joint Railroad Committee for 2023. I suspect it was the last meeting was the last meeting for most board members since we don't have a quorum. There's only a couple of us here, so we will take no votes. I want to thank Mr. Mack for joining in from points unknown. David. I am not the chair, but I'm in a chair, so with that responsibility, can we have this morning's speakers, please?
Good morning. My name is Andrew Buter. I'm Director of Government and Community Relations for Metro North Railroad. Our first public speaker this morning is Murray Bowden. Speakers have 2 minutes to speak. At that time, we will ask all speakers to yield to allow time for all of our speakers to speak. We will alternate between in-person as well as those who are joining us remotely. Once again, our first speaker is Murray Bowden. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Actually, I couldn't hear a word you said. I tend to read lips, and it helps a lot. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I learned from the MTA. Nothing works like in-person, face-to-face across the table. Come to the office, and that's how work gets done. Okay, I learned. Kathy, Rob, I need to meet with your team to discuss various issues that maybe we can have some direction to solve them in. So after the first of the year, if you will set up a meeting with your team in your office, or Kathy in your office, we'll go over issues that I can point you in a direction. If I'm right, you'll continue. If not, we've had a discussion. But you're absolutely right. Come to the office, face-to-face is where the work gets done. And you all should have a very positive new year. We had a family gathering yesterday, 15 of us. It was wonderful. So I wish you all a very enjoyable and productive next year. And it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Ian Matthews, followed by Jason Anthony.
Wait, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. All right. Good morning. This was very unexpected. So I'm here to speak about the need for more trains on the Harlem and New Haven on the New Haven line, because over the weekend I noticed the trains were very crowded because there weren't enough trains, because there like people standing in the aisles because we didn't have any extra shoppers trains that we had prior to the pandemic, and I feel that should be brought back. And I'm noticing during the winter vacation that there aren't any either, and I feel there should be more added because a lot of shoppers are going back into the city. And like last year, we had really crowded trains with people standing in the aisles. And yeah, all right, that's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Kathy, and good morning, Rob. Jason Anthony here in the last committee meetings of 2023. What do I want on my wish list for 2024? On the Long Island Railroad side, we will want more service to and from Brooklyn to Long Island, especially to the walkways, to Hampstead. That I could take the Long Island Railroad on one seat ride from Brooklyn all the way to Mineola. On the Metro North side of things, let's do a little bit of fact checking here, because someone said shortness on service. That is totally incorrect. Kathy, I wish that we will have finally activated the combo ticket, that we could ride both systems with a single ticket, not two tickets like we have currently. But not but least, the bathrooms at Penn Station look a disaster. We need those bathrooms at Penn Station clean more often, because I've been there recently, and I could say that it's very disgusting what I see. I could go there on the weekday, I could go there on the weekend, and it's the same condition. Let's see if we could get something done for 2024. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. I'll see you guys in transit.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Kara Girl.
Good morning, Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. How come we don't have more service at Mineola on the weekends? Mineola has been crowded. There's been huge crowds over there. So you need more weekend service on the main line. And you shouldn't have trains bypassing Mineola. That makes no sense. In terms of other things with the railroads, you need more service going to Brooklyn. And that's what a lot of people are complaining about in the new schedules, and rightfully so, because you shouldn't have to get off at Jamaica, walk all the way down that corridor, and then trip down those stairs. It's ridiculous. Come on. You guys have had so many months to fix this, and you need more trains running there. And also, we need the weekly Atlantic ticket or the weekly city ticket back, because Long Island Railroad ridership is dipping in Queens because of that. And, a lot of people don't want to pay an additional $5 only to pay an additional $2.90. It makes no sense. So we need the weekly ticket back. We need a city ticket combo as well. That should be, between LIRR and Metro North. And the railroad president, he's got to come out, visit Hollis. When is Hollis getting redone? I saw a picture of it at the Capital Programs meeting about 2 weeks ago, and that was it. So we need to see that. We need progress. And if you're going to have congestion pricing, which we're all opposed to, you need to match the service, in these communities that really depend on the Long Island Railroad. It's about equity, and it's about getting people to where they need to go faster. And we look forward to meeting with the new LIR president, Rob Free, and the team. Anyway, guys, have a happy holidays. Thank you from all of us at Passengers United.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Kara Girl, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. A year ago, we were eagerly waiting to learn when Grand Central Madison would finally open. Today, we're glad to see ongoing schedule tweaks and adjustments to smooth out some of the bumps in the road since the new service began, and thank you for continuing to listen to riders. Unfortunately, there is still work to be done so that Long Island Railroad riders can fully rely on transit to get them where they need to go on time. We've seen that on-time performance has been down over the last few months, which is particularly problematic without timed connections. Transfer opportunities can quickly turn into a missed train when connections aren't held, even when an incoming train was delayed. Few things are worse than pulling into Jamaica as your connecting train home pulls out, especially when the next one can be an hour or more away. Please reinstate timed connections. Up north, we're glad to see that New York State DOT is funding a grant to improve connectivity to Metro North stations. And with Beeline buses fare-free through the new year, first and last mile options to get riders to and from trains are improving. These local transit options will get drivers out of cars and onto transit. On both railroads, commutation ridership with weekly and monthly tickets has plummeted post-pandemic, while non-commutation ticket purchases have soared. Commuting patterns have changed, and that means that riders need more ticket options with greater flexibility. With the elimination of the 20-trip ticket this summer, there currently is no peak per-trip ticket sold at a discount. PCAC has proposed developing a discounted 10-trip peak ticket to replace that loss while being responsive to the direction that riders are headed in. As we gear up for congestion pricing, it's particularly important to offer innovative and affordable fares. That should include a weekly city ticket with transfers to subways and buses, fair fares on the commuter railroads, and extending the senior and disability reduced fare to include the morning peak. Now is the time to get riders excited about transit before congestion pricing begins. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, Rob. Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So a couple things to wrap up 2023. Number one, Kathy, thank you for addressing the toilet situation at Grand Central. I made a complaint about that a couple of weeks ago, and thankfully, when I was back there on December 5th, I noticed the toilets were in fact flushing in the men's room. However, on the Long Island Railroad side of things in Grand Central Madison, one of the stalls has a missing lock. So that needs to be looked into immediately because it's been like that now for the past couple of months. And Grand Central Madison's only been open for what, almost a year, and we're already having missing locks in the bathroom. And also for Kathy, there's still no dining chairs in the dining room in Grand Central, so please get that addressed. Now, as far as schedule changes are concerned on January 22nd, to Rob, thank you for adding that train that's going to be leaving at 6:39 p.m. from Atlantic Terminal to Hempstead, because Hempstead branch commuters have been complaining now for a whole year. They only get one train direct from Atlantic in the peak. So this is going to be a big addition to their commutes beginning on January 22nd. And lastly, regarding the schedules, on New Year's Eve, I'm requesting the Long Island Railroad Ronkonkoma branch stop at the Mineola station westbound because we have Billy Joel performing at UBS Arena that Sunday night. So with that, to everybody, Passengers United would like to wish everybody at Metro North and the Long Island Railroad a very happy holiday season, a very happy new year, and we look forward to working with you in 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. As an advocate, and as we are getting the end of the year, and we have gotten some areas accomplished, but we still need to continue building up more accessible stations, more accessibility devices, not just for wheelchairs and walkers, but for blind or deaf community. We need to make sure that in the near future that, as my colleagues have already been saying, that reduced fare is important to make sure that information is out there, not just in the Nassau and Suffolk or upstate New York, but in the city. We need to make sure that they have optionals to transfer from the railroad to the subway to the bus and easier access. We just need to keep continuing working on that. I do want to thank the MTA Police Chief and thank you for letting them be out there and during the holiday train. But again, we still need you because we still need them the next 2 weeks because we don't want to see any kids, doesn't matter if they're on the railroads or anywhere, on top of a train. We want to be safe. We want to teach the history and to be safe on the subway. As you know, ridership is gone high as ever. And yes, I do travel on the Metro North branch on the New Haven, and I have to say it's glad to see everyone going on the train, going maybe up or down to have a great time, to enjoy the holiday times, spend time with friends and family, and try to keep the peace. So all I'm saying is to everyone, a happy, healthy holiday, and let's continue working on more accessibility for the 2024. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Iris Kelly.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Neil Zuckerman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Good to be back with you. Getting into the holiday season. You know, I love a good public meeting, and you can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. So I'm looking forward to hearing about ridership. I think I saw in the report that we have a bit of a dip, but I think we're getting around 75% pre-COVID. That's very good work. We want to get more people on the trains, and the buses too, to take buses to the trains, because I actually did that. I think back to my time in New York that I experienced several instances of wonderful welcome in Grand Central Terminal and Grand Central Madison, and the Moynihan Hall of Penn Station, from people who I will not name. But those are wonderful experiences that I got to have in New York City, and I am very grateful for that. How do we build the best railroads we can? I think the work is progressing. I use the Train Time app. It works. I buy whatever tickets I need. Sometimes I use more than one system in a day. I ride New Jersey Transit and use their MyTix in the morning. and then I get on Metro North or Long Island later in the day and use train time. So I do what I need to do. I hope to see you in person soon. I'm 2,500 miles away, but I do what I can do. And I thank you for making the Zoom available, that from anywhere in the world I can engage with you, because the constituency of MTA commuter rail is indeed worldwide. And I thank you and wish you a good holiday season. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Cameron Best.
I don't like the way they have done things for Jamaica Station for the connection for trains and from Atlantic. We should not have to change trains in Atlantic every time. We always had our own trains from Long Island come from Brooklyn. Then also from the Jamaica Station itself. Why did you move all your trains from track 3 to track 11 and 12? It don't make any sense at all to me. Then in January, you had a digital sign between 6 and 7 showing the train times. That was perfect for people who could not see high up and were legally blind. But no, you took that away in February just because Grand Central come along and leave both your signs, 11 and 12, and 6 and 7 to be all advertisement of your company. You don't need both. And it's really been a disgrace, you know, how it makes it hard for people making connections. And it was great when it had the connection between track 2 and 3, between Brooklyn and Long Island, coming home in the nighttime. No, you change the tracks around. Whereas on track 4, you get up in 11, 12. It's a disgrace. That's not right. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our final speaker will be Cameron Best.
Hello. Overall, I've been disappointed by the new M9 rail cars. They don't really take any advantage of new FRA regulations that allow for newer, lighter rail cars with faster acceleration, significantly reducing travel times. Modern European EMUs can accelerate twice as fast as an M7 or M9, and on the LIRR, where there's some relatively close stop spacing, this can work out to some big time savings over the entire route. I get that the M9 orders have been placed, but overall the LIRR should consider buying some truly modern EMUs as well once the M9 orders have been finished. There are some other benefits to modern EMUs as well that we also missed out on the M9. Better seats, faster doors, better passenger information displays, and perhaps most important of all, a train that truly looks and feels modern. Designs also already exist. Stadler Flirts, Siemens DeZero, Bombardier Aventura, all been used successfully in other parts of the world. Some of them have also been used domestically. Caltrain and Texrail have already gotten Stadler Flirts. Another minor thing, I saw on Twitter that the M8s had its 120 volt outlets switched out for USB type A ports. USB A ports break, and you can't charge a laptop on a USB A port. If this change was made for safety reasons, to prevent people from charging e-bikes, other solutions should be investigated first. Or if not, if this isn't possible, at least put USB-C ports on it so you can charge a laptop on it as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. That concludes our public speakers for this morning.
Great, thanks very much. I do want to say now that he is with us, at least virtually. Our chair of Long Island Railroad, Mr. Sammy Chu, is not here, not because he's off celebrating the island somewhere, but he is celebrating out in Long Island with County Executive Balone receiving the Suffolk County Public Service Award. And I think that deserves a little bit of an applause from our fellow board members who are talking. But gentlemen, I don't know if you heard the good news, Sammy just won the Suffolk County Public Service Award. So that's why he's not with us today. And so we're very happy for you, Sammy, and look forward to seeing the pictures and the reports in Newsday about your award. Okay. Oh, and Blanc is right here, just in time. All right. Do you want me to keep going, or you want to take over? Go right ahead. Okay. Well, why don't we just change the work plan, please?
There are no changes to the work plan.
Okay. Rob?
No changes.
Okay, excellent. Minutes from last month. Well, we don't have a quorum anyway, so we will just do that next month. Yeah, no. I got it. I can count. We don't have a quorum. There's definitely no quorum here. Okay, great. Kathy, the floor is yours. Please give us your report.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Thank you, Blanca. November's total ridership of almost 5,340,000 represented a slight but predictable dip from October, given the Thanksgiving holiday. We rebounded nicely in early December, and the combination of nice weather, holiday activities, and SantaCon combined to give us a new post-COVID Saturday ridership mark of 147,745 on December 9th. Nasty weather the following day, unfortunately, put a crimp in a lot of people's holiday plans, but we're hoping for much clearer skies after today and better weather so that people can come into New York and enjoy everything that New York has to offer for the holidays. Metro North, of course, wants to be your ticket home for the holidays, and we'll have some holiday schedule adjustments on tap again this year. On Friday, December 22nd, there will be some normal weekday service with some adjustments on the Pascack Valley line and Port Jervis lines, a normal Sunday schedule on Christmas Eve, and since Christmas Day typically has the lowest ridership of any of holidays, we will operate a special schedule on Christmas Day with hourly service on the Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven lines and lengthier intervals on our branch lines. Historically, commuter ridership decreases in the week between Christmas and New Year's. However, there is an increase in discretionary ridership and a shift in the periods of demand. So from Tuesday the 26th through Friday the 29th, we will be reallocating a select number of morning rush hour trains to the late morning, and we will be adjusting train lengths. We'll operate a regular Sunday schedule on New Year's Eve with extra post-midnight and early morning service on the Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven lines for those who remained in Times Square through the ball drop. Pascack Valley and Port Jervis lines will also have extra service after midnight, and as in previous years, customers heading home from Grand Central in the early morning hours of New Year's will have their tickets collected prior to boarding. New Year's Day service will run off the same special schedule as Christmas Day, and we urge all those who are traveling with us between the 22nd and the 1st of the year to check schedules for your line on either our website or on the Train Time app before heading out. A few Saturdays ago at our North White Plains offices, we held our third and final job fair of the year. This one was for skilled tradespeople and was, by all accounts, an enormous success with a total of 290 registrants. Candidates are now being invited for testing and interviews. I want to thank the talent acquisition professionals of the MTA People Department and Yvonne Hill-Donald, who's here from my staff, for making the arrangements and for keeping our roster filled with the best and the brightest. Teamwork makes the dream work. Chains are only as strong as their weakest link. You've heard these and other cliches, but they've lasted for a reason, and it's a spirit of collaboration and meeting all those challenges that has defined 2023 at Metro North, which is our 40th anniversary year, and yet another 12-month period that concludes with my feeling as proud as of this organization as I possibly could be. In spite of everything that Mother Nature threw at us in 2023, we're ending the year with more consistently high marks from customers and an OTP of over 97%. That does not just happen on its own. It's the result of top professionals at the top of their game doing great things day in and day out for the region that we serve. So at this meeting, I want to do a recap of some of what we experienced in 2023. A lot of it has to do with weather. On July 9th, parts of the Hudson Valley were treated to a month's worth of rain in just a few hours. Neil can attest to that, causing washouts, fallen trees, and high water conditions along our right-of-way and service suspensions on the Upper Harlem Line and the Hudson Line north of Croton-Harmon. The biblical summer deluge led to destruction that we haven't seen in our territory since Hurricane Ida. But our response crews were up to the challenge and restored our right-of-way for full service and kept customers informed throughout, with phone and electronic customer contacts totaling over 1,000 the following day alone. Less than 2 weeks later, on July 22nd, as a state DOT maintenance crew effected overnight repairs to the portion of the Bronx River Parkway that crosses over our tracks, a large steel girder buckled and separated from the main structure. This led to a partial suspension along the New Haven and Harlem lines in the Bronx and no Saturday Yankee Clipper service on those two lines. Thankfully, no one was injured, although the initial images from the incident were pretty startling. More problems from the sky accompanied the start of fall as the effects of the very slow-to-depart tropical storm Ophelia brought torrential rains and temporary suspensions on September 29th, due to flooding in and around Mott Haven and then up on the Harlem line. And then, as we'll all recall, on Saturday, October 21st, tiered retaining walls belonging to a private property in Briarcliff Manor gave way, causing the retained soil and other material to bury a portion of our right-of-way along the Hudson under several tons of earth, trees, and rock. Our amazing crews worked round the clock to restore service to 2 tracks closest to the river in time for the AM peak service on the following Monday. One of the 2 remaining tracks was placed back into service on November 3rd, and the track closest to the home returned on November 22nd. As this was going on, Metro North and C&D personnel teamed with our outside engineering firm and the homeowner's third-party engineering firm to improve the stability of the compromised slope prior to the restoration of service on the tracks immediately below. For a regional railroad, the combination of reliable, customer-friendly service is king. All of the aforementioned challenges had the potential to really affect service to a much greater degree, except for the steady and expert hands of our employees who really knocked it out of the park all year long. It's that flexibility and determination that allowed us to achieve our really impressive performance numbers in 2023. Other accomplishments, apart from the weather, were a pair of APTA Gold Awards in June, an APTA Innovation Award in October, and the story that really captivated the entire region of a 3-year-old little boy who thankfully will spend these holidays with his family after our Hudson Line heroes rescued him after he found his way onto live tracks on Good Friday, April 6th, near Tarrytown Station. To conclude, as we conclude our 40th anniversary year, I want to thank our customers for sticking with us more and more over the course of the year, and I want to thank our incredible employees for everything that they do every day to keep our customers safe. I want to thank the committee for your support and wish everybody a very, very happy holiday and a happy and healthy 2024. That concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Sure. Oh, okay. No problem. Thank you. Rob?
Good morning. Just bear with me. I can't seem to shake this tickle in my throat. Long Island Railroad ridership continues its steady growth, while November total ridership of about 5.8 million customers was down approximately 3.1% from October, which was expected due to the Thanksgiving holiday. However, it increased 22.3% to November of 22 and represented, 81% of November 2019 ridership. The very first time since the pandemic that the Long Island Railroad exceeded 80% of the same month versus 2019. Our non-commutation ridership remains robust. November was the 3rd consecutive month that non-commutation ridership surpassed the same month in 2019, this time exceeding it by a record 10.4%. And I know Tommy will go into the on-time performance, but just to briefly discuss it, we have to recall that on-time performance in November was affected by slippery rail conditions. Particularly, we were doing very well, but the week of Thanksgiving, we got hit pretty hard by a couple storms, so that affected the on-time performance. Otherwise, we're on a good trajectory to improve our on-time performance. As Christmas Day falls on a Monday this year, the Long Island Railroad will operate on a weekend schedule on December 25th. We'll also be on a weekend holiday schedule on both New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, with the addition of 12 extra evening westbound trains and 16 additional early morning eastbound trains to Long Island. I said eastbound, I think it's westbound in the evening. For everyone heading home. We're also providing extra eastbound service from Elbont UBS after the Billy Joel New Year's Eve concert. Looking back on 2023, many would claim that it was arguably the most transformational year in a long, rich history. In a year filled with all kinds of firsts, both big and small, it's not hard to determine the defining event of the past 12 months, and that, of course, was the opening of Grand Central Madison. The story of Grand Central Madison could not be told without the Herculean efforts of so many participants, starting with the designers and engineers, ending with operation professionals and all those in between, too numerous to mention, but appreciated beyond words. Grand Central Madison is truly an engineering feat that will provide benefits to our region for generations to come. Grand Central Madison received customers for the very first time on Wednesday, January 25th, when shuttle service kicked off with special guest Governor Kathy Hochul, who was a tremendous supporter of this project, and our chairman, Jano Lieber, among many other distinguished guests. This would mark the first extension of Long Island Railroad service since our initial train to Penn Station back in 1910. On February 27th, we introduced the new Long Island Railroad Service Plan, a revolutionary system-wide schedule that in one day added 271 trains for an astonishing 41% increase in service. And I just want to put it in perspective when we talk about a 41% increase in service. What does that mean in real terms? Well, that's almost 70,000 more trains than we operated last year, and about 49,000 more trains than we did in 2019. Staggering numbers. The service plan also increased overall reverse peak service by 56%. Grand Central Madison, in addition to other generational expansion projects such as Mainline Third Track and Ronkonkoma Double Track, enabled the delivery of such an expansive service plan. All these infrastructure projects have provided more options for our customers, thus enhancing the customer experience. They have also created built-in redundancies, making our system more nimble, efficient, and allows the railroad to recover from unforeseen service problems faster than ever before. The opening of Grand Central Madison has reduced the travel times for thousands of commuters. The schedules provide a 30% increase in Brooklyn service, half-hour service on the Ronkonkoma and Huntington branches, which makes intra-island travel much more convenient. All this offers untold benefits to local economies throughout Long Island. Grand Central Madison welcomed its 1 millionth customer in April, and ridership has steadily increased as the year has progressed. There is no doubt that the opening of Grand Central Madison is a major reason for this, as we have realized continuous post-pandemic ridership records since its opening. Throughout the year, we've been laser-focused on using real-time ridership data and customer feedback to make adjustments to our schedules. This information greatly assists us with providing schedules that most accurately reflect where our customers are actually going. Improvements were continuously implemented through a series of strategic and methodical adjustments to our service plan. This effort will continue as we progress to deliver the most customer-friendly service possible. Over the course of the year, we've decreased Brooklyn service intervals and provided more through trains for customers traveling to Brooklyn, especially from Southeast Queens. We have lengthened trains when both necessary and feasible and adjusted stop-in patterns on several branches to relieve trains most in need of it. Grand Central Madison has also made it a whole lot easier to travel in our region. With Grand Central Madison and Grand Central Terminal being located in the same building, traveling between upstate New York or Connecticut and Long Island is a whole lot simpler now. And with the introduction of our combo ticket, a lot cheaper as well. So whether you want to attend a subway series, go to the beach, or see the incredible fall colors, it's never been more convenient. The work to improve our overall service will always continue. In fact, on January 22nd, a new timetable will be implemented, and among the highlights is 2 p.m. eastbound through trains from Atlantic Terminal, 1 to Far Rockaway and 1 to Hempstead. We're also adding a new train from Hicksville to Grand Central Madison, making local stops in the AM peak. This train will help provide more available seating on approximately 3 or 4 other trains. In particular, the 6:57 a.m. train from Huntington to Grand Central Madison will now operate express from Syosset to Jamaica. I want to again thank each and every Long Island Railroad employee for their incredible performance this year. Their efforts have improved safety, reliability, and the customer experience. I am truly grateful for all that they do. There's a lot of good things happening at the Long Island Railroad, and the MTA is delivering for Long Island. In 2024, we will continue to build upon the successes of this year to further meet the needs of our customers. On behalf of the Long Island Railroad, we wish everyone a happy and peaceful holiday season. And that concludes my report, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Rob? If not, we will move on to the next section of the agenda. Justin Vonishek will do a report on Metro North operations.
Good morning. The operations report begins on page 12. Our service delivered rate for November was 99.7%. System-wide OTP for November was 97.1%, above goal of 94%, and year-to-date OTP was above goal at 97.4%. The MDBF for the fleet was 302,000 miles in October, above goal of 175. Year-to-date MDBF also remains above goal at 336,000 miles. And this past Friday was the final day of operation for the laser train. Due to several hardware and GIS enhancements, along with the enhanced testing in the off-season, our system availability improved from 70 to 98%, contributing to our best slip slide season on record. We doubled the amount of tracks safely covered from 12,000 to 24,000 this year. In comparison, our typical season using water jets was less than 5,000 miles. So to quickly highlight some of the results from the season. It was our lowest wheel true cost on record. It was our lowest number of cars taken out of service for slip-slide events. It was our lowest number of slip-slide events per miles operated, which was a 66% reduction compared to historical average. It was our lowest number of slip-slide delays per miles operated. This is a 70% reduction compared to the historical average. And our lowest number of slip-slide delay minutes per miles operated, which was a 74% reduction compared to the historical average. So this, combined with our low adhesion protocols, vegetation management, and overall management of the operation, helped ensure a successful slip-slide season with minimal impact to our customers. And just to quickly update on this morning's storm, so we are seeing delays on the New Haven and Harlem line, with some minor delays on the Hudson, and this is obviously because of the storms. We've had a number of high water conditions, trees in the wires, so we haven't had to cancel or combo any trains, but we are seeing 10 to 15-minute delays, which should be ending here shortly. We are seeing some residual delays, but we should have a normal rush hour this afternoon. So that's it, unless there's any comments, questions.
Thank you, Justin. Moving on to Tom Coast for a report on the Long Island Rail operations.
Good morning, everyone. Total on-time performance for the month of November was 93.6%, below goal of 94%, and year-to-date as of November is 93.9%, below goal of 94%. For the month of November, 4 branches operated at or above goal, and year-to-date as of November, 5 branches operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 18 incidents for the month of November. The most significant event occurred on November 21st when system-wide low adhesion rail conditions caused excessive slipslide and a speed restriction being put in place. This event resulted in 131 delays, negatively impacting on-time performance by 0.5%. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of October was 193,968 miles, above goal of 170,000 miles, and MDBF year-to-date as of October is 173,457 miles, above goal of 170,000 miles. For service delivery, we completed 99.6% of our trips for the month of November, and we completed 99.6% of our trips year-to-date. For upcoming work that will impact service, on the weekend of January 6th and 7th, contractors will be performing ADA work at Massapequa Station, resulting in schedule adjustments on the Babylon branch. On the weekends of January 13th and 14th, January 20th and 21st, and January 27th and 28th, switch installation in West Side Yard will take place, resulting in Far Rockaway branch trains being diverted to Grand Central Madison each of those weekends for approximately 48 hours. Please check the website and train time app for updated schedules. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to any kinds of questions you may have.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Brigman.
Okay, Tom, Tom, I don't know whether this would go to you or Chief Mueller or Lori, but what is the response time if you get a report that there's a problem at a grade crossing? How quick does somebody get out there?
So from the Long Island Railroad side, our signal department would get out there very quickly. We notify our signal desk right away. They have locations at various spots around the island. Depending on how many other incidents they're working on, generally speaking, there's somebody there within 20 minutes. Obviously, if it's further out towards Montauk, it would take a little bit longer to get there, but generally speaking, right away from the Long Island Railroad side, and I'll let Chief Mueller answer on the PD side.
Okay.
No, it's much of the same. We keep very careful track. I can get those numbers to you if you'd like to see. They would be different between Metro North and Long Island Railroad, but the response times are pretty robust.
Okay. Now, the reason I bring this up was we had an unfortunate incident this morning from Mother Nature. Broke one of the grade crossing gates at the William Floyd Parkway in Mastic Shirley. That is an extremely busy roadway. So it was already called in by the time I was made aware of it, but when I saw that gate broken like that, I was saying, my God, and we run, at that hour of the morning, we run quite a few trains through there. So I was just wondering how quick, you'd be able to get out to something. But 15 to 20 minutes that's a reasonable response
It could be
time.
sooner.
Okay.
It depends on where we are and where our other assets are deployed, but, that would be a top priority for us if we had a broken gate like that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Jerry, I think you have to consider time of day, right? If it happens during a peak period, road traffic, slows things down a little bit. And on a storm like today, they're responding to multiple incidents and things like that. So all that has to be considered. But under normal circumstances, relatively quick response.
If I might add, also, the local community municipal police, if it was, they might be the very first people on the scene if people saw it. So they're another combat multiplier in that particular situation.
Mr. Mack has a comment.
Yeah. Probably the first responder would be Nassau County Police Department if it was called in, and then they would probably notify us.
Thank you. Moving on to our safety report, Shelley Prettyman will give the report for Metro North.
Good morning. Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 15 of the Performance Metrics book. And first, concerning customer and employee injury rates. This compares the rates for the current 12-month reporting period ending October 2023 to the rates for the prior 12 months ending October 2022. So the reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.45 to 1.93 per 1 million customers, and the reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.21 to 1.95 per 200,000 working hours compared to the prior 12 months. So on December 11th, Metro North conducted our federally mandated annual emergency preparedness exercise in Norwalk, Connecticut. So this year, the exercise simulated technical rescue of a contractor injured inside the central pivot pier of the Norwalk River Railroad Bridge, or Walk Bridge. So the exercise objectives included familiarization of first responders with railroad infrastructure, evaluation of internal and external notification and communication procedures, and the interaction coordination among first responders during an emergency. So these exercises provide an important opportunity for stakeholders to get to know each other and practice our procedures outside response to an actual incident. So Metro North's Office of System Safety wants to thank all the stakeholders who supported the exercise, including the Norwalk Fire Department, Norwalk Police Department, Norwalk EMS, Connecticut DOT, Federal Railroad Administration, and Metro North's Transportation, Maintenance of Way, and Operations Training Departments. I also want to note that last week was Metro North's fourth quarter safety focus week, and throughout the week, supervisors held interactive discussions with our employees across the territory to discuss key safety topics and hear their questions and concerns. That concludes my remarks, unless there are any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. And now we move on to Lori with the Long Island Safety Report.
Good morning. So similarly, our safety report and our performance can be found on page 30, but what I would like to bring everyone's attention is on page 29. Again, our Floral Park emergency responder exercise drill as well. And in the spirit of the season, I would like to have some acknowledgments. As far as the drill itself, I want to thank the Corporate Safety Department, Chief Fire Marshal and Assistant Chief Fire Marshals Lee Sorensen and Dan Gallagher, as well as our partners in training, Greg James and Kenny Klein. Our deepest appreciation to the Floral Park Chief of Department, Brian Hammerman. I do want to point out on Long Island, there are 71 volunteer departments in Nassau and 109 in Suffolk County. We get countless calls during the course of the year, whether it's medical emergencies, trespasser events of grade crossings. Without those volunteers, we can't thank them enough, as well as our partners at MTA Police for providing that level of service within the communities that we serve. Also want to acknowledge FDNY Chief William Ventura, who's part of the Public Transportation Safety Unit and our LIRR liaison for FDNY-related events, and also Chief Tom McCarthy, who recently retired after 43 years of service at the FDNY. 21 of those included covering Penn Station Battalion 7. So again, we can, in the spirit of the season, thank all of those folks for the support that they provide us throughout the year.
Thank you, Lori, and certainly their support is extremely critical. If there are, yes, questions.
See, a special thanks to Chief Mueller for keeping good relationships with all the departments as well.
Mr. Brinkman.
Yeah, Lori, I'm just curious, how did your safety event in Penn Station go last week? I mean, I'm thrilled that you had it, but I'm just curious what kind of response you got from the riders, because usually they're like rushing to make trains. Did people stop by and take advantage?
Yes, and I would have to say Safety Sam was certainly instrumental in that engagement, as well as Acting President Rob Free was there to support as well. So we did have quite a bit of engagement and conversations, and was able to give out a lot of material and promote our tracks program as well. So we were very pleased with the event and the level of interaction. Thank you.
Do you have a question? No. Okay. Just wanted to confirm. We move on to the Chief's report. Chief Mueller.
Good morning, everyone. For the month of November 2023, we had 26 major felonies in our MTA property. Of those, 3 crime categories jumped out at us. There were 7 robberies, there were 8 assaults, and there were 9 grand larcenies. Of the grand larcenies, we continue to get plagued with unattended property. Of the 9, 7 of those were unattended. So we want to continue to encourage our ridership to really manage their property and keep an eye on everything. And that's my report.
Any questions for Chief Mueller? Yes.
Chief, I'd like to get a little update on what's happening with these protests that are happening at our 2 major locations in Manhattan, please. Could you just give us a sense of what we're doing, how we get advance notice, what we're doing to protect the public, how we're keeping the peace, and how we're respecting the right to protest while ensuring that the protests remain peaceful?
Yes, we work very closely with the NYPD Transit. Chief Kemper is a tremendous partner. You'll hear from him later today. Most of our intel comes from open source. When there's an organized protest, it'll be put on Facebook, Instagram, etc. We have plans for every single one every day, whether they're coming to one of our terminals or not. We are embedded with the NYPD in terms of their intel hubs, and that helps us a lot as far as being able to anticipate. The challenge, Mr. Zuckerman, to these protests is we're not told in advance in many cases where they're going and where they're starting. So we've taken on the position that we need to always assume that they may be coming to one of our major terminals or try to disrupt, our transportation. I couldn't say enough about Metro North Security, Long Island Security, President Rinaldi and President Free about helping us get messaging out to our customers. You are right. We do want to allow people to protest within their First Amendment rights, but we will not tolerate damage to property or anyone being hurt.
And how do you ensure that this is not something we're very familiar with on this board. This is not a typical topic we talk about. When we talk about safety, we talk about slips, trips, and falls. We don't talk about protests that get on the verge of violence. Could you just give us a sense of how you manage a crowd and ensure that it's observed and meticulously observed so it doesn't become more than what it should be?
Yeah, when we have a large protest that's planned, we'll have extra bodies there. We have people that you see, and we also have people that you don't see, and that also often gives us a good idea what the tenor of the crowd is. We've been fortunate so far where citywide we haven't seen tremendous damage to property or anybody hurt. There have been isolated pockets of vandalism. We're always mindful of that, and anything that happens on our property is not going to be tolerated.
Well, I appreciate the effort and the unique circumstance that your officers are dealing with, as Mr. Mack has done many times before in this meeting and other meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mack.
Usually, in my position in Nassau County as the first assistant police commissioner, the number of demonstrators, whoever they are, we want to ensure that no damage is done to our property or anyone else's property, and there's no substitute except for manpower and the presence of uniforms. Am I right, Chief?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Chief Mueller? Thank you, Chief. Moving on to Metro North action items. Kathy, can you walk us through the action items for the MNR?
Sure, of course. There are actually 3 Metro North action items this month. The first is authorization to accept a NISDOT CMAQ grant for connecting services. The second is an extension of our existing agreement with the City of Newburgh to partially reimburse the expenses associated with parking for the ferry services. And the third is an extension of the existing agreement that we have with the County of Westchester to support the longstanding employer-based shuttle agreement.
Thank you. This is just an informational because we cannot take a vote, correct?
Correct. It will have to be approved.
Perfect.
We don't have a quorum, so there's no vote taken here, but it will be voted upon since it's an action item at the full board.
Perfect. Thank you. And now we move on to information items.
Sure. So there are 4 information items. The first is the final proposed budget. The second is our proposed committee work plan for 2024. The third is the diversity and EEO report for third quarter 2023. And the fourth is for the committee, the review of the committee charter.
Any questions for Kathy? If not, we move on to Rob so that he can walk us through the informational items for Long Island Rail.
Okay, there's 5 information items for Long Island Railroad, the first being the 2024 final proposed budget, 2024 proposed committee work plan, the diversity report, the year-end service, the timetable changes, and the track work as well, and review of the committee charter.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions? Okay, we move on to agency finance reports. Kathy, please report on this month's finance reports.
So, as is the case every month, the agency finance reports are in the book. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer them, but typically we don't report on those at committee, and there is one procurement, and Richard Mack is here to present the procurement.
Good morning. The Long Island Railroad, on behalf of itself and its 2 sister operating agencies, presents 3 procurements this morning for the board's consideration and approval. The first one is for custom glass solutions for an amount of $10.2 million. The Long Island Railroad, as the lead agency on behalf of itself and Metro North Railroad and New York City Transit, requests board approval to award a 5-year non-competitive original equipment manufactured OEM estimated quantity purchase agreement in the amount of $10.2 million to the firm Custom Glass Solutions. This is a joint agency sole source contract which was publicly advertised for the purchase of various window assemblies that supports the Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and New York City Transit's passenger fleet. The second item is for Illuminator Technology for an amount of $2.2 million. The MTA Long Island Railroad, on behalf of itself and Metro North Commuter Railroad, requests board approval to award a 5-year non-competitive original equipment manufactured OEM estimated quantity purchase agreement in the amount of $2.2 million to the firm Illuminator Technology Group. This is a joint agency procurement sole source which was publicly advertised for the purchase of various lighting equipment that is required to support both Long Island Railroad and Metro North's commuter railroad fleet. The last item is for the firm United Safety and Survivability for an amount of $4.6 million. The Long Island Railroad, on behalf of itself and Metro North Commuter Railroad, requests board approval to award a 5-year non-competitive original equipment manufactured OEM estimated quantity purchase agreement in the amount of $4.6 million to the firm United Safety and Survivability Corp. This is a joint agency sole source contract which was publicly advertised for the purchase of various engineering seats for the cab car and cab engineering parts and equipment required to support the various fleets for both Long Island Railroad and Metro North Commuter Railroads. In all 3 of these procurements, the material list requirements and price lists were carefully reviewed to identify and remove any item that could be competitively sourced. That made up approximately about 10% of the initial items list. The contracts are important because they support each operating agency's planned and unplanned reliability maintenance programs to keep cars in service. In each instance, negotiated pricing was benchmarked to the most recent pricing or previous pricing, and on average, this resulted in an average weighted annual increase of about 6% to the previous purchased price. In most instances, the previous contract was negotiated in 2018. All three contracts have been negotiated with a 2-year fixed base price contract and subsequent years 3, 4, and 5 tied to a published PPI. On average, that has come out to be somewhere around 4 to 5%. Therefore, we have determined that the pricing is fair and reasonable. I submit these items for the board for your review and approval.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Mr. Brinkman.
Yeah, I just have one question on the glazing contract. Was there any effort made to have the glazer upgrade the quality of the glass that we're using, in particular on the Long Island Railroad? And might even be a problem in Metro North, I'm not sure. In the past, the glass on the south side of any of our trains, over a matter of time, gets cloudy, to the point where you can barely see out it. You couldn't tell what station you were coming into if they didn't make an announcement. I know there's constantly improvements in technology, and I was wondering if that was factored into this at all.
I'm going to defer to Tom and Rob on that question as to the specifics of the actual product.
Okay.
On the M7 equipment, it's not true glass. It's I forget the exact name of the material, but it's not true glass. That's why we get that condition on the south side. And we've looked into trying to replace the windows, but it's an exorbitant cost. We've gone out and asked to see if there's anything they can do, buffing it out or any type of thing. So we're still trying to look and see what we can do with that material, but it's not true glass on the M7 equipment.
Okay, I know you had to have some sort of polymer or something so that it wouldn't break if someone threw a rock against it or something
It's
like that.
lighter as well. It helped the weight of the cars
Right,
as well.
right.
So.
Okay, just as long as someone's looking at it or trying to do something with it, because it's been a problem for years, and just hopefully with the new technology, someone can come up with something for our south side windows.
Thank you. Any other questions in the procurement? And these items will be voted on Wednesday's meeting. With that, I would like a motion, unless anybody has any other questions or comments. Okay, I would like a motion to adjourn the meeting? No motion. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit, and knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years at New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Unit. Any equipment that we need to operate, we control it remotely.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
What does a welder do?
Maribel Rivera, CMA, car maintainer. I'm a welder at Transit, and I've been working here for 20 years. Some of the things I work on are like door operator arms, the linkage that goes on the door. It's a very important part of the train. Welding has to be done precisely in order to keep those doors safely opening and closing so nobody gets hurt. I also work on parts that have come to me in an emergency and they need to go out right away to be replaced on the trains that are going out, so it's a challenge to me. And I like a challenge.
Welding is so important to New York City Transit because everything's made out of metal. There are certain parts that have wear on them that we have to refurbish. We can't just buy new parts because no one makes them. So we fabricate many parts, and there's always repairs to be made, and we need experienced high-end welders that can do any kind of welding.
I have to create a safe product, a solid weld with no contaminations or impurities, where that weld will stand vibrations from the train and keep the ridership safe. It's pretty detailed work, and that's what I like about welding.
I would say that the welders we have at New York City Transit are among the finest in the city. Our welders from this shop, 207 Street Overhaul Shop, they've cut trains out of tunnels. They were at the World Trade Center site working on the scrap heap. I go to bed at night knowing that we have the best that the city has to offer in a very difficult and a very important role.
By presenting a good product, a safe product, I'm able to help transit keep trains moving and the ridership safe. It just makes me proud that I'm able to be an important part of transit.
What does the mobile wash team do?
My name is Ferdo Chowdhury, Supervisor Mobile Wash Team. Mobile Wash unit has a big job in the system. They clean the station. And not only cleaning, in between you have to help customers. We take the truck, we take the equipment, we come to the station and clean the station. I inspect it, and after that, I'm gonna take the pre-job meeting with my team. I have to let them know this is the place we have to concentrate our mind, we have to do the job. First of all, we have to barricade the area. People cannot get in there. We have to put the soap, let the soap for 10 minutes so that the floor can suck the soap and open the dirt. After that, we use the steel eagle machine. When we finish the steel eagle machine, we have to use the pressure gun. Because the steel eagle machine, sometimes it cannot reach all the way in the corner, around the column, in many other places. So we have to use the pressure gun. 4 o'clock, 4:30, we finish the job, pack up the equipment, and go back to the Quay State Depot. When customer come to us, say thank you, we feel good. And when our boss say, oh, you do the good job, we feel good, because then we are happy not with the money, with the appreciation.
You can see this one, the 401, the 202, the Brookville. Every engine does the same thing, but slightly different. Working on trains is pretty cool.
Being an electrician here is special because there's not many opportunities to work on equipment this large. These are like supersized.
The power that these things are able to generate, it just makes it that amazing, that cool.
These engines are diesel engines. It uses diesel power to create electrical energy, and that's what propels these trains.
As an electrician, our daily objectives are to maintain this equipment. It's changing light bulbs, repairing any wiring, any damage, any sensors, any transformers.
Anything that has to do with electronics for the trains. I work on a lot of PTC, positive train control. It's a warning system, it's a braking system and control system. For example, there might be a 30-mile-an-hour turn, and if the engineer doesn't control that, the train automatically brakes on its own. That's the most important system that we check here.
Our job is very important because it makes it safe to be out on the road for the passengers.
I fix everything as if somebody's watching all the time. I make sure my job is complete and the train is safe.
It's a railroad lifestyle. I enjoy the people. I enjoy the work. You create friendships here.
Being an Air Force vet, there's a pride in what you do. I had that pride in what I do here on the railroad. I get to see the results of my work every day, the trains going by, and I know I was a big part of that.
Being an electrician here is so special that we're able to, and lucky enough, to work on this equipment.
My name is Ron Jones. I'm a yardmaster for Metro North Railroad. I've been with the MTA for 17 years now, and I work in North White Plains Yard. North White Yard, over. Not all trains go to the last stop and change hands. In between runs, the train's got to get mechanically checked, the car cleaners have got to clean the inside, and in many instances, the train's got to get fueled, our diesel trains. There's one point of contact for all of that, and that's what the yardmaster does. So basically, in layman's terms, I'd say we run the garage or the parking lot. That's what a yardmaster does. First thing I do when I come in the morning is look for my first 2 departures. We can't allow my turnover from the overnight yardmaster to me, allow that to be delayed. So the first thing I do is find out where those 2 trains are, and when ready, give them permission to leave the yard. After that, I start to set up my day. I designate particular tracks, and basically I set up a lineup for the rest of the day. I gotta let this train go. North White Yard 544, OK South. Garrett, you guys have a good day. Stay safe, over. For those people who are interested in careers, the Metro North is really well. They do really well with
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit Committee meeting. Let's get started with the public safety announcements, please.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Let's now move on to our public speakers.
Good morning, Chair and others. We have 13 people scheduled for public speaking this morning. Just as a reminder to our speakers, you have 2 minutes to give your remarks. Our first speaker this morning is Murray Bowden, followed by Michael Ring.
Good morning. The message that you're sending out to the public is being in the office is the most productive way to do business. And I found that to be excellent information. That's why I'm here this morning, because being here in person is different than being on Zoom. And thinking about that, Rich, this young lady, sit down. Realizing that in person gets things done, I'd like you to arrange a meeting for me with the bus department, somebody on the staff, and we'll begin to look at issues that will make, I hope, transportation, the buses go faster. Something that's a little silly that you may not have thought about, those double parked trucks might have double lights on the top so the people in the back could see that they're parked. When they're down low, you can't see them and you don't know that they're standing still. So little things like that that haven't been thought of. Probably most of the things I have to suggest are not applicable. But if we hit one or two things, then we're getting progress. So if you will arrange in January, I know this is not a good time of the year, in January for meet with the bus staff, and we'll begin the process of trying to go forward. And I wish everyone a enjoyable holiday season. It's going to be a good year next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Jack Connors.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Ring. A short visual description for those who need it is that I'm wearing a green hoodie and a green hat that says Disabled in Action. That's the organization I'm representing today. I'm just a plain old white guy. And I do that to normalize that, so that people who might need it, who can't see or aren't able to see right now, would know what I look like. But I want to talk about some things that you can't see about me. Well, you could see, I have severe neuropathy that affects my hands and legs. My hands don't really work very well, and behind the podium, I'm wearing ankle-foot orthotics. I don't have great balance. I don't have much strength in my lower legs. And when I try to take the buses and the subways as much as I can, and there's these seats in front that have a sign that's a very nice sign. It says, "Please give this up to the disabled and the elderly." It doesn't really work. I take the bus to the gym in the morning, and it's full of middle school kids. I used to have middle school kids. Some of you people probably have kids that took buses. They're not evil people, but they're sitting down with their phones, and they're not realizing that someone needs to sit down, because the culture of New York is plop yourself down in a seat and play your games or read your book, do whatever. But last month, I was in Washington, D.C., and they have a different sign on their seats. It says, "Priority seating. Federal law requires that these seats be available to passengers with disability and the elderly." It's quite a different message. And I noticed that these seats were empty when people were sitting in the other seats. If we could adjust our signage and give out the message where you don't park in a handicapped parking spot until someone shows up and needs it. You got to leave these seats empty so people who need them could sit down, because I don't look like a guy who needs a seat. I look like a guy who runs marathons until I can't hold on to the pole on the bus. So this is a cheap thing. I'm not asking you guys to spend another $1 billion on something beautiful.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jack Connors, followed by Jean Ryan.
Good morning and happy holidays. I'm Jack Connors, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. The holiday season is upon us, and better buses are at the top of PCA's list this year. We were happy to find the Queens Bus redesign proposed final plan under our tree last week. This is the first comprehensive redesign of Queens Bus service for the most bus-dependent borough since the MTA's inception. From 8 new overnight routes to 27 rush routes connecting riders to rail hubs to long-sought express bus service from Southeast Queens to downtown Manhattan, there's a lot to be excited about. We're particularly happy about greater connectivity to other bus routes, the LIRR, which is more affordable now thanks to the 24/7 city ticket, and more options for traveling to the Bronx and between the Bronx and LaGuardia, which we've been advocating for years. Some 800,000 daily riders are counting on the MTA to get this right, particularly as we approach implementation of congestion pricing, which will get more New Yorkers out of their cars and onto buses. That's why we need the public to weigh in on the redesigns on the MTA's website and at public meetings, and especially why we need the city to step up and do better by New York's bus riders. ACE enforcement will pack an even greater punch than ABLE by issuing tickets to double-parked vehicles in addition to those in the bus lane. But ultimately, it's NYC DOT that controls New York City streets, and the city that must live up to its street plan requirements. Therefore, as we anticipate a spring launch of congestion pricing, we implore the city to hastily implement the mandated 150 miles of new bus lanes by the end of 2025 and call upon the NYPD to step up enforcement of our traffic laws. While President Davey made a great traffic cop last week, it shouldn't take the president of New York City Transit to enforce the basic rules of the road. It's simple. If you're not a bus, stay out of the bus lane. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by David Kupferberg.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. 4 working elevators are typically needed to successfully complete a one-way trip with no transfers. If one or more elevators are out of service and 30 typically are out each day, then how are we going to get where we are going? Our elevator maintenance case has been going on since 2017, and we want all the elevators to be maintained and the case to be settled. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Cameron Best.
Good morning. I realized on the minutes of November's NYCT MTA Bus Committee meeting omitted the people who commented remotely. Now, on to my speech. My name is David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United, a Section 501c3 nonprofit transit advocacy group. Yes, the LIRR, MNR, subway, and express bus services may be able to handle the influx of riders if congestion pricing goes online. But what about local bus service? This the MTA refuses to answer. I read the Queens Bus Network redesign proposed final plan. I say don't throw away the new draft plan yet. In fact, I think that the new draft plan was relatively better, especially for Queens. The goals of the proposed final plan should have been to close service gaps, expand service to transit deserts, and do both without negatively impacting the dense core network. According to the MTA press release for the QBNR proposed final plan dated December 12, 2023, quote, 83% of riders will continue to use the same stop, unquote. That means that 17% of the population of Queens, or 386,000 people, would be screwed. This certainly won't help the MTA in a Title VI case. After the press conference conducted the same day, there was a technical briefing. The media, the PCAC, and 2 members from Rise Alliance were allowed to attend, but Passengers United was not invited. Shame on you, MTA. We demand an apology and to be invited to all future BNR technical briefings. If Passengers United cannot attend them, neither should Riders Alliance. And another thing, I know that the MTA gave advance copies of the QBNR proposed final plan to Riders Alliance and some elected officials. Transparency at the MTA? Don't you believe it?
Our next speaker is Cameron Best, followed by Jason Anthony.
Hi. I was on the Q70 bus Tuesday before Thanksgiving. I know that's a big travel weekend, but I've never seen such a packed bus. I don't think you could have forced anyone else on it, especially on a high travel weekend. It's extremely important that Q70 is running as smoothly as possible. Also think the wayfinding on that route could be greatly improved. Lots of people didn't know what stop they should get off to transfer to the subway or the LIRR. I got off at Woodside for transferring to the LIRR, and there was pretty much no wayfinding telling you, which direction to go to transfer. Also, I know you don't directly control this, but we need dedicated bus lanes on that route as soon as possible. It goes way too slowly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, Rich. Good morning, Haida. Good morning, Lucille, and the rest of the New York City Transit Committee. Let's do my Christmas list for the year. 1, we need more police presence in the outer boroughs because it is, let's say, a total disgrace that we see maybe a handful of police officers on the mezzanine level, but never at the platform level interacting with our subway conductors. 2, I brought this issue of, let's say, 3 handful amount of times. Yesterday, when I was going to work to Amazon's fulfillment center, JFK 8, the 5 a.m. or 5:30 a.m. departure from St. George Terminal to the Amazon fulfillment center were canceled. And guess what I had to do? Pay $30 for a Lyft ride from the St. George terminal to Amazon. I want to know who is the liaison for Amazon to the MTA. Last but not least, I want to recognize Khmer Royal. As you guys know, Q received an award, and his picture is published in a Dominican Republic newspaper this morning. So we hope that Chief Kemper will communicate more with advocates like myself, and we will continue working with Rich, Demetrius, and Frank's team in 2024. So with this, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much, and happy holidays.
Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by David Feliciano.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. And just to say, I want to thank MTA, but first I do want to thank MTA Accessibility, which I know we have the chief and the deputy here. I want to thank them and their team for the last 5 years. 5 years, we've been asking for proper signages and for accessibility for seniors and people with disabilities. Yes, we still have to get elevators fixed. Yes, we need to get lightings fixed. And I agree with all our advocates. Advocating is the one thing we still need to continuing and put it into the MyMTA app or 511 as well. And that's including signages on the accessoride or anywhere we go. We want to thank you for that. But we still need to continue in the 2024 to make sure that proper signages, not just on the up in the ceiling, which I'm looking up there, or down on the floor. We need to make sure that we have better access to any stations that have elevators, ramps, to get access to the subways or connecting to a bus. We do need to make sure that proper signages are also available on the MTA buses, and that's including accessoride as well. So I hope our next year we can even do more and work with the MTA staff and the and everyone. Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Feliciano, followed by Ian Matthews.
Morning, everybody. Good morning. NYCT, thank you so much. You know, 2023 has been a difficult year, you know, of the whole represents our birthplace, and, you know, 50th anniversary hip hop, you know, Taryn, and, you know, safety and security, you know, and also up to riderships. You know, it's been a great memory, you know, after all these years, you know, that the whole system was really in between, you know, things like that, you know, tragedies and all that time. But I won't give you details about, you know, discrimination of humanitarian. But I would say this again, you know, that growing up here, you know, it's been presently, you know, as like myself and entertainment and myself, you know, the base we have, you know, all these, you know, growing up in public transportation is not easy, but it's really in general, you know, get to know or where you're from, you know, especially, you know, come from around the world, like, you know, Rome or my home country in Guayaquil, Ecuador, or Mexico, Puerto Rico, and the Dominican Republic, or Cuba. And basically, we know, as we close down this page, you know, that I want to say thank you guys. I want to thank all of you guys been doing this such amazing and the entire life. But I won't say prohibited things, but I'll say I ended up this morning and I see 2 guys underground doing drugs in there. But I'll keep that for that. And one thing moment that I'll say will turn the page for 2024, our subway train system will be 120 years old. I'll tell you.
Thank you for your comment.
Merry Christmas. Feliz Navidad.
Our next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning. Happy holidays. I'm not satisfied with the plane construction along the 4 train, which is my home line this week. along with this weekend and next week, with no uptown trains at 170th through Bedford during the holidays. A lot of shoppers are going to Fordham, which is a major shopping area, are going to be screwed. And with the 16-minute headways this weekend, that's not acceptable. I feel shuttle buses should run one way from 167 to Bedford. Also, with the BX, let's talk about the bus now. With the BX10 bus, and this is happening a lot. Bus drivers leaving early. Yesterday, I missed the 10 bus because the bus left the 205th Street subway station 5 minutes early at 6:04, and I ended up having to find another way around. That's unacceptable, and it seems to be happening a lot. All right, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Cassie Rafucci.
Morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United. So the Queens bus redesign was launched last week. However, if you go on the MTA's website, you can't find it. You really have to scroll down, go through multiple pages to get to the link, and then you still have to scroll down to see the final report. So can we please put the Queens bus redesign report somewhere on the first page or link to it so that people can get to it? And also we should put the Queens bus redesign report at the MTA bus time link. So when people are going to check for their bus, they can see the Queens bus redesign link and click on there. We have to make, information available to people. So on Friday night, I was on a 6 train around 11:10 when we were stopped. We heard screams at 28th Street, and the cops came running through the trains. Unfortunately, they didn't have the keys to open the doors on the side, so they had to go through the conductor's cabin. What happened? An individual got stabbed to death upstairs. So thank God those cops were there when they were there. But again, the subway system is in crisis, not safe to be around. And this happened on a Friday night, busy time, guys. So, we need extra security in the subway. And this is why we need night owl bus service. Not everyone wants to ride the subways. And that would really help with all the construction going on. And talking about construction, when are we going to hear about Roosevelt Island? When is that track work going to be completed on the 63rd Street extension? We have to know about that. And what's going on with Roosevelt Island and the Q104 with the Queens bus redesign is absolutely unacceptable. You need a route going to Queens Plaza, stopping there to let people get on the subway. So thank you so much, everyone. Have a happy holidays and a Merry Christmas. And from all of us at Passengers United, thank you.
Our next speaker is Cassie Rafucci, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, Commissioner Mahaltes, President Davey, and Transit and Bus Committee members. My name is Cassie Rafucci, and I'm a member of Passengers United. I would like to address a situation which took place yesterday. My friends were on their way home from the city after seeing the Back to the Future show. They had to wait 1 hour and 20 minutes for their Sim 1C bus to go back home to Staten Island going towards Ellingtonville Transit Center. My friends were waiting for their bus on 5th Avenue and West 48th Street, but the traffic police directed them to pick the bus up at 5th Avenue and West 40th Street. I felt it was completely unacceptable for my friends to be standing outside for an hour and 20 minutes to wait for a Sim 1C bus to go back home to Staten Island. I understand there was the holiday open street took place last night, but I felt to me it was unacceptable for my friends to wait 1 hour and 20 minutes for their Sim 1C bus to go back home to Staten Island. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful, happy holidays and Happy New Year 2024 from Passengers United. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Monique Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Haida Mahalsis and committee members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds, representing Skirt Folds. As we go into the holiday season, actually my holiday just finished up, but still I'm enjoying the season and I wish you well in it. First of all, I'm looking forward to our reports about ridership I think we're approaching 75%. This is good work. Want to continue working on that because I believe that we have a very strong business case for people to use the subway and the buses. And I actually enjoy using the subway. I've been doing it for 53 years. I'm very grateful that my elders in 1970 introduced me to the subway, and I wanted to have more of that. It's not a perfect system, but what I can say as a witness testifying for the record is that I have found Rich and the team to be responsive to my concerns, even before I met them, because I've been speaking with you on Zoom for almost 4 years. And when I arrived in New York and got to 74th Street in Queens, I knew this, and I enjoy saying it because it's true, that I was setting foot on the system that is legendary and stately. And as I took my trip, I was surrounded by an idea of being steeped in tradition and mindful of history. And I look forward to doing that again. And yes, I had a good elevator experience at 190th. And people I've helped to do Omni are very grateful for that. So I ask your continued work, but I thank you for those who have listened, and they do continue to show me the welcome. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Monique Johnson.
Good morning. Access ride. I'm talking about access ride. I take access ride, and the brokers that they send us, they're breaking our equipment. Without this equipment right here, I can't walk. I'm paralyzed from my hip to my knees. I got screws in my neck. So when we sit back there, it's hard to get our equipment replaced. The man almost couldn't even open up my chair because he slammed another chair like mine in the back. If he do that, I can't walk, I can't move, I can't go nowhere without it. Everything I want to talk about, this lawsuit. Settle it. Look how long we've been coming here. We're going to keep coming back, and we're going to keep fighting. You'll try to move us today with the police, which is wrong. We've been out there. We never have no arguments. We do whatever y'all ask us. And now to let us not be able to protest in the front? Sad. Another thing, community. Communication, unity, and community. Without that, I keep telling y'all, we have nothing. All of us want to try to rise over each other instead of us coming together and try to find a solution for the plan that you want to work, right? You can't do it without us. We what makes the world go around. We the ones who take the MTA, the accessorize. We're here. What are you saying to your employees? Without union, they would have nothing to fall back on if they was on the other side of the table. So settle this lawsuit and get these brokers to stop breaking our equipment. The only thing that we have to, for us to be mobilized to be able to move.
Chair, that concludes public comment.
Thank you to all our public speakers. Unfortunately, we don't have quorum, so we can't approve the motion. We can't approve the minutes, but we'll do it on Wednesday. So we move on. Rich, any changes to the work plan?
Not this month, but we have included a proposed 2024 work plan in the materials for board approval next month in January.
Great. Okay. You want to start off with the president's
Yeah,
report?
thank you. And thanks again to all of our public speakers. Just want to take us back a little bit and to look at 2023 and the tremendous work that the team at the table. We're going to recognize a few folks in the audience as we are now starting to do a transit as well, and the 47,000 men and women in New York City Transit. But Reminding the committee and our customers, folks, what our core priorities that we identified a little over a year ago: faster service, cleaner stations and vehicles, a safer environment. Appreciate the chief being here again. He'll speak a little later about some of the progress we've made together with NYPD Transit. Better weekend service, enhanced communications, recognizing and valuing our employees, something I think we have worked hard on but continue to need to do more work on, and securing our financial stability, obviously thanks to this committee and the board and all the work that the governor and the legislature delivered. Our future is bright when it comes to finances. So what did we say? What did we say about a year ago around faster service? Well, we said a few things. We were going to hire more frontline employees. We were going to improve the quality of our data. We were going to expand ABLE, scale up predictive maintenance, roll out eHeal Phase 2, and continue to rely on our speed unit. And across the board, we were able to accomplish all of those. I want to call out HR in particular, who I think Lizette's on the phone but not here in the room, and her team for helping us what I think was probably record hiring this year. That's the good news. The bad news is we expect even higher hiring to the extent for 2024. So we'll be working closely, particularly around bus operators, train operators, and conductors, where we'll see a wave of retirements and the need to support our capital plan. So a lot of work left there. OTP for subways is the highest it's been in over a decade at 83%. And Frank and the team at buses identified the 29 worst performing lines for buses. I'm proud to say that on 75% of those, because of their work, we saw an increase in customer satisfaction by an average of 8%, so much so that 10 of those routes have graduated from the worst. But the point of the process is then to find the next several. So we'll be adding another 14 routes in 2024, more to come to the committee and the public on those. Let me go to cleaner in stations and vehicles. Something that we've been very much focused on, as you all know as well, making sure that our vehicles and our environment are welcoming for our customers. As you know, we completed 60 station renovations over the last little over a year. 52 will be completed in 2023, and the subways team and the stations team are already coming up with our list for 2024. So I encourage folks here at the dais and those watching in the public, if there is a station we should address, get us that list because we're going to hit another 50 plus in 2024. We don't hear it much anymore, but last year station bathrooms was a big issue. And again, kudos to the stations team. 110 bathrooms in 55 stations have reopened. We have a few more left in Q1 and Q2 of next year that required, let's just say, more than TLC. We want to make sure our customers can use those. We reinstated our specialty clean teams, mobile wash, our HIT teams, which had really ceased or certainly shrunk as a result of COVID. We've brought those teams back. Enhancing our routine cleaning, both in subways and on trains, but also on buses as well. Frank and team have rolled out, and we focused on employee facilities. We've touched over 150 rooms or facilities in 26 bus depots and over 100 for our employees. I often say that where we ask our employees to work is either a sign of respect or disrespect. And so focusing in on those employee facilities has been a huge focus. On the safer environment, Chief will speak to more of this, but we've worked incredibly closely with Chief Kemper and his team to continue to create a safe atmosphere. Crime is down. I'll let him to get into the statistics year over year. But one announcement that Governor Hochul, and provided us with the resources, by the way, which was to deploy cameras in subway cars for the first time ever. As you can see, we've installed over 1,200 camera kits. We are well on our way to achieving cameras on every subway car by the end of next year. That is our commitment, and that was our commitment to the governor when she provided us with the resources. Obviously, all R211s have cameras. And I think the chief would say we actually helped provide some key evidence in a crime that occurred on a train just a couple weeks ago with video evidence. Pretty compelling. And I know we look forward to continuing to use the video to root out these perpetrators in our system. We've expanded the security guard program. We're brightening up stations. Tactile warnings, I know Q will give a report too, where we've worked closely with accessibility across New York City Transit. The COPS cameras and care initiative have clearly worked. Two things I want to call out. One is a scout team pilot, which was launched in Manhattan now just a few weeks ago. That's teaming a mental health clinician with MTA police. And and who are responding to folks who are in acute need, who are potentially having a mental health crisis in our system. We've had some successful placements to date. Jeremy Fiegelson, in particular, I think was working with the city on that, but I want to thank him. This has been, I think, something we're going to keep a close eye on and continue at New York City Transit to support. And then finally, again, our frontline employees. The protective cockpit and our e-bus pilot are underway on 5 buses. We hope to roll that out, prove that successful and roll that out and scale it in 2024. Better weekend service, something that we heard very loud and clear from our customers. By the way, MTA, if you provide us better weekend service, we'll use your system. Pretty simple, right, Chair? But we appointed our weekend czar and a deputy, and for the first time in a long time, we've had weekend on-time performance at 85%. That's 5 points higher than 2022, while we're doing historic capital work. Right? So we are accomplishing better service while getting more work done. And as you all know, we have ambitions to do even more capital work in the years to come. So the team is really leaned in on that. We've added service, weekends in particular. We're working closely between subways and buses on our shuttle improvement as well. We have our service diversion weekend maps. We have a lot of work to continue to do, but we're making sure that our weekend service is doing well. And our enhanced communications, our MTA app is in its beta testing. We hope to be launching that soon. Shout out to the IT team here. I've been one of the beta testers, and I've liked what I've seen, but more importantly, our customers have given us some good feedback. Expanding Wi-Fi in the tunnels. We're looking forward to an upcoming pilot along the Grand Central Shuttle. As you know, the station age is the future, and we have 14 new customer service centers. We opened one just 2 weeks ago. Our Christmas list for 2024 is to make those full service. So if a customer needs some kind of a fare media or Omni, rather than walking away with a temporary card or an application, that they'll be able to walk away actually with whatever they're requesting. Better signage for accessible routes. Again, Q, I won't steal his thunder. He'll talk about that in a moment. And then just improving, focusing on where we have concerns, where we have unanticipated interruptions, which happen frequently. We're going to continue to focus on that in 2024 to improve how we're providing service and information. Recognizing and valuing employees. We have spent a lot of time on this. As I mentioned a few months ago, when we did our employee survey last January, by the way, we'll be launching a new one this January to see how we're doing. Our employees said about 8 out of 10, almost 9 out of 10 said they had a lot of pride working here, that they would recommend working at New York City Transit to their family and friends. That's pretty compelling. The flip side, though, was what they told us. 3, maybe 4 out of 10 said that they felt valued, that they felt recognized. And so that's on us. That's on management to make sure that we are recognizing our people for the tremendous work, by the way, that they did even last night in the wake of this massive rain and windstorm with some modest but delays that were taken care of within a matter of hours. It just happens so frequently that our employees are out there getting the job done and answering the call when needed. So a list of the things that we're focused on, certainly getting employee feedback. We brought the bus rodeo back for the first time in 6 years. The Subway Family Day had over 1,000 attendees. We're asking for direct feedback, looking for ways to give our employees pathways to advancement within the organization, and expanding our accommodation and recognition program, including at this committee, our Transit All-Stars. We'll be talking about those folks in just a minute, but there's details about those folks in your committee book. And then last but not least, of course, was securing our financial stability. We talked about this at the Finance Committee last month, but we at New York City Transit have had the obligation to deliver $75 million in recurring savings this year, which we did, and we'll be providing another $300 million in recurring savings in 2024. We have a list of initiatives, and we're well underway to achieve those savings. So in 2024, you've heard me say the North Star is customer satisfaction. Certainly it is, but I think we'll have 2 North Stars in 2024. 70% customer satisfaction across all 3 modes and delivering on those operating efficiencies. And to do that, we will be leaning in with our best-in-class 47,000 men and women at New York City Transit to do it. So again, I am proud from where we're going. Next month, I hope to be in front of the committee with our Christmas list of what we want to accomplish in 2024. But with that, Madam Chair, I'll stop and happy to take questions, or I'll turn it over to Q in a moment, too.
Excuse me, Andrew?
Thanks, Rich, for that terrific report. There's a 3rd North Star I hope you will have in 2024. Much as I have championed...
Spell check?
No.
No, okay.
Much as I have championed and love the real-time subway maps on weekends that show the service that's operating, we need the same thing on weekdays because there's GOs on weekdays and there's some stations that, as you know, on the J, the 7, the 6, that are not in operation in one direction, for instance. And the maps, real-time maps would show that, and I think it would make traveling so much easier for the general public. So I hope that we can move in that direction as well.
I love the idea. I love that you're saying we gave you something, you want more. And I call out to Shanifa's team, by the way, helped us really develop that. We'll take that on as a to-do.
David?
Yeah, Rich, I already expected to mention this. I'm wondering now that the station agents are out, that we're opening, the focus on fair fares information and the fact of, is it happening with station agents? And frankly, is there some discussion with the City of New York of making it easier for people to sign up, perhaps with the accommodations from our own people?
So it's happening, but not to the scale we want, to your point. I think we need to continue to get our own agents up to speed about what fair fares is, as we are also doing that with Omni. Your idea of making it easier, let me just say that when I suggested that the customer service centers could be more full service, I think that's a place where we could collaborate with the city. Right now, the city has an occasional pop-up to provide fair fares, but I also think that our customers, candidly, in the alphabet soup of government, don't understand whose responsibility it is to actually provide them with the tools to sign up. So my hope is we can work with the city very closely next year and find ways to allow our customers to sign up more easily and quickly, potentially with us.
On my own, myself and my staff are meeting with city officials on this to see if we can push to make sure this happens, because the numbers are still below what they should be.
Right, in every HRA facility, in every DOE facility, I'm sorry, I'm going through the alphabet soup, and even a DMV on the state level, when you go to apply for any city or state service, you should just say, are you eligible for fair fares? If you are, please sign up. We'll continue trying. Any other questions? If not, we're going to move on to Q.
Great, good morning. 2023 was a historic year for transit accessibility as we doubled down on our commitment for accessibility as a universal idea that goes well beyond just subways and elevators and ramps, though we did open 8 newly accessible stations this year. I am particularly excited about the new ways we are using technology to make our customers' journey easier. In July, we expanded the rollout of Naviland's wayfinding, language translations, and service information app, now available at the 72nd Street, 123 lines, and 66th Street on the 1 train, and on the M66 bus route. We'll be expanding to additional stations and bus routes in 2024, and we look forward to more and hearing from our customers about their experiences with the app. We're also leveraging technology from Accessoride customers, doubling down on the number of trips booked using the new app, and an improved My AAR app rolled out earlier this year. We continue to roll out new and retrofitted buses with improved audio and visual digital information systems, which are on 3/4 of our local and SBS buses to help make stop and service information more universally accessible. We'll be building on our bus technology investments with the rollout of an automated camera enforcement in 2024, which will provide another critical tool to keep our bus stops clear so that our operators can actually get to the curb to deploy a ramp and get a customer in and out or out of the bus. This is a huge step forward for bus and bus stop accessibilities, building on our fully accessible bus fleet. We are also making it easier to take transit, whether you use a mobility device, travel with a child in a stroller, or have luggage on a bike. On buses in 2023, we saw the expansion of our open stroller pilot, which included more than 1,000 buses across 57 bus routes, and customer feedback continues to be overwhelmingly positive in this initiative. This year, we added large, high-contrast Floyd decals in the accessible boarding areas at 20 accessible subway stations in Midtown and on the west side of Manhattan, helping folks find the easiest spots to board leveled boarding on the platforms. In 24, thanks to partnership from state Senator Hoyman Segal, and federal funding grants, we will be installing more of these boarding decals at additional stations throughout the system. And on the critical point of subway platform and safety, a huge shout out to the Infrastructure Capital Construction, or ICC team here in the Department of Subways for their work on tactile warning strips, which Rich mentioned earlier. In 2023 and 2022, ICC installed yellow decals warning strips on 52 platforms across 25 subway stations across Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens, and the Bronx. Between this accelerated project and our planned capital work, we're well on our way to having tactile warnings at every station. We know how important this is to our low vision and blind customers in particular, and we are committed to getting that work done. Finally, we're continuing to improve fare control with a keen eye towards balancing accessibility and fare evasion needs. As we announced earlier this month, an array of 8 new fare gates is now in service at Sutphin Archer on the JFK station, and additional gates in service or in construction at Atlantic Avenue Barclays, Astoria Boulevard, and Penn on the ACE stations. These gates are improving accessibility for customers with mobility devices, those traveling with strollers, bikes, luggage, through those gates. But we are encouraged by what we've seen so far. At Sutphin in particular, more than 10,000 customers are paying at the new accessible fare gate on an average day. And paid ridership rate at the station has continued to trend upward since the technology upgrade and the installation of these gates. These accessible gates are a big improvement for transit riders, and I'm excited to see whiteout gate programs set to expand further in 2024, including taller panels in this first quarter in 2024. I'd also like to, though not on the list here, give a shout out to the 25 replace elevators system-wide, and I know Dimitri is going to go more into details on that coming. It's really important for me to embrace the work that Capital Construction is doing to replace those assets. You know, it's great that we make stations accessible, that we install elevators where we didn't have any. But as you heard from Gene Ryan, it is critical that we maintain those assets and keep them functional. That includes replacing them when they reach their lifeline. And I know we all bear that burden when they go out, sometimes for too long, and we're working on to tighten that timeline. But you know, the work for state of good repair is critical for accessibility. So I want to give a shout out to Capital Construction, and of course I want to thank all of you board members for adopting congestion pricing. That is, if not maybe the biggest win for accessibility so far this year. That will allow us to continue on the path of increasing accessibility system-wide and providing us with the funds that we need to make our vision of a fully accessible system a reality. Thank you so much, Rich, your amazing team, Dee, Frank, Chris, the leadership at the MTA in Albany and Washington for being the wind behind our sails, not only allowing me and my team to reimagine a more accessible transit system, but delivering on that imagination, which starts, as we heard before, with our advocates, the people who ride our system every day. Thank you to our advocates for keeping us true to our word and keeping our feet on the fire. Thanks.
Thank you, Q. Any questions for Q? If not, we move over to Demetrius. And Demetrius, I don't know if anyone saw me move over. I just asked him how everything was going today and how we weathered the storm. And fortunately, we did okay. I don't know if you want to start by telling us the state of our system right now.
Sure. So the team did an amazing job with preparation throughout the weekend to get us to where we are today. Between pump trains, debris trains, crews with chainsaws out there for removing limbs, tree limbs. That is, we try to keep other people's limbs attached. But a fantastic job. Going out to locations that were identified in the past as having flooding conditions, putting down plywood over some of the vent cover, the drains themselves, certain stations going out there and pouring water in the drains that we had flooding conditions in the past as a precursor to our maintenance and inspection of those locations. Just a fantastic job all around from the team in preparation for these events. And thankfully we've had some minor service issues, but the team was on it. They responded to issues on the J train, on the N train, on the 7 train, and were there within minutes of the issue. So really amazing work by the team who literally worked throughout the weekend to plan for this storm that we got.
So thank you for that. David has a question.
Yeah, I'm interested, obviously, in the free bus program. I know we're going to have to submit a report on this. I'm interested in that report. We start to look at things like the demographics of who's using it, issues of would they be using other forms of transportation if the free bus was not available? And obviously, is it causing other problems in the system where people say, why isn't my bus free in adjoining areas? So I don't know the schedule for how we're coming to that. I know we're obligated to do a report to the legislature as I talked to Rich, in January, February. I'd like some additions that could also give us some flavor of what's happening and its impact on equity.
So we will. We're about 3 months in, as you know, to the pilot. We've started to capture some of that data. We'll look to see if we can capture some more, as you suggested, David. I think the one thing I can tell you, 3 months in, not surprising, ridership is up on those routes, and relative against the increasing ridership we're seeing across the system, it's up as well. We haven't seen any wide-scale impacts to fare evasion per se as a result of that, but of course we do know that fare evasion is a major issue on bus as a general matter, which we're going to be addressing in 2024. Pilot ends right now after 6 months, so the end of March, and we're due to come back to this committee with an update either in January, February. We'll see if we have some data we can share with you as well, but appreciate that feedback.
Thank you.
If
All right.
not, we're going to move on with Demetrius. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Haida. Rich, Q, I appreciate the Q up, the T up. So thank you all. Today, I'd like to share you some updates on what we have done to provide a safe and reliable elevator and escalator service, including some information about our availability, our outages, our maintenance, and additionally, how we communicate those. So just an overall review of what we have. We have 312 customer elevators in 127 stations and 231 escalators in 63 stations. Of those, the total amount, we also have 16 that are New York City Transit-owned machines for which we have a maintenance program in place with a third-party contractor, which I'll discuss a little bit more in the next slide, all of which are part of our ADA elevator package. All right, so for accomplishments, before I go into 2023 accomplishments, I want to acknowledge Steve Carson. Steve Carson is the Chief Officer of Elevator and Escalator. He's done a fantastic job. He's in the audience. If Steve, would you mind just standing? Steve has done a fantastic job in the E&E division. He continues to improve upon where we were and set the tone for where we need to be. Just doing fantastic work. We've raised elevator and escalator availability to historic highs. This year, elevator availability went up by 0.7% to 97.7%, and escalator availability went up by 3.5% to 95.4%. Now, we did a lot of work to improve our performance maintenance practices, looking at each individual machine, its age, its location, usage, failures, and individual idiosyncrasies, and targeting preventative maintenance procedures for that machine. This was incorporated into our work order system. So essentially, we created a new system in which the information comes to us, and it automatically generates a work order for what we need to improve upon. We also fully migrated away from our old outage reported system in an effort to improve our asset management. The old system was paper intensive, making it extremely challenging to manage the trends. we implemented a new system which allows us to enter data electronically, look at our trends, and better track maintenance and inspections. We also integrated the customer reporting system, CASI, into our enterprise asset management system so that it automatically generates a work order for the team to respond when a customer creates a complaint about a specific piece of equipment. This has improved our response times and decreased overall outage time. We're also doing a better job at using the data that we have. We've developed internal reports that focus on key performance indicators to identify trends. We focus on things like where have the excessive outages been, what those outages are, repeat parts that continue to fail, drilling down to the root cause and letting that lead to changes for not just this machine, but similar machines as well. Looking at places where we've had accidents, availability and outage challenges. We have also done our own maintenance. We have also done our own maintenance on our equipment. Now, our transitioning now from doing our maintenance, but also taking on contractors, third-party contractors who also maintain our equipment. So we're transitioning to a new model, a hybrid model, where we do contract management for third-party maintenance companies. Of the 38 new and replacement machines installed in 2023, 16 elevators are now being maintained by third-party vendors, and these are located throughout the 5 boroughs. When you look at this graph, we can see off the bat, we see consistency in our elevator availability. Our overall availability is 96.3%. In blue, you can see New York City Transit owned maintenance elevators, maintained elevators, which average 97.7%. And also in gray, you can see the New York City Transit owned, but a contractor does the maintenance on it. We still assume that responsibility. That's at 98.8%. And in orange, it's lagging a little behind is the privately owned and maintained, which averages around 88%. We are working with the third party with these particular privately owned machines so that they can report the issues that they have with the machines, maintain them, and the response is critical. But we've been communicating between C&D and our real estate group to improve the performance of these machines as well. When we look at the graph for escalators, we see also consistency in our availability. The overall availability is 94.3%. In blue, you'll see New York City Transit has been around 95.4%, and the privately owned are at 89.3%. Now, to understand what's behind the numbers, it's important to set the stage that not all outages are bad outages. We have planned and unplanned outages. Our system is 24/7, which means that any maintenance or inspections that are done while we continue to operate our train service. There's no question, and it's undisputed, any large machines require maintenance and inspections to function properly. These machines are no different. For those who aren't familiar, planned outages can be cleaning, inspections, critical component repairs or replacement, non-safety maintenance repairs, or preventative maintenance. For planned outages, we provide proactive communication to our customers, which we'll dive into a little bit more later. But proper planned outages are the best way to prevent unplanned outages. Unplanned outages are costly, more disruptive, and that can include vandalism, power outages, equipment failure, entrapments, or other unforeseen circumstances. So, going back to the numbers, on average, for both elevators and escalators, 1% of the outages are as a result of planned work. So, 1% of the outages are a result of planned work, which means we start at 99% right off the bat. So now when you put that against the combined 98.25% for New York City Transit elevators and a 95.4% for escalators, the delta represents our room for improvement. So the difference between 99% and 98.25 for elevators and 95.4 for escalators is the delta for improvement. Now, we not only work to minimize these outages, but we also aim to resolve them as soon as possible. On average, a machine is placed back in service a total of less than 4 hours from when they were notified. Year to date, our average response time is 1 hour and 1 minute, which is 13 minutes faster than 2022. Year to date, our average repair time for an unplanned event is 1 hour and 39 minutes, which is 26 minutes faster than 2022. So far this year to date, 2023, our elevators have been unavailable just 2.3% of the time. 1% of the time was due to unplanned outages, and 1.3% was due to planned outages. So, for escalators, so far the escalators have been unavailable 4.6% of the time. 2.5% of the time was due to unplanned outages, and 2.1% of the time was due to planned outages. Now, we understand that if you're one of those individuals who unfortunately arrive at a station during that 2.3% of the time or 4.6% of the time that our elevators or escalators are not available, it can be frustrating and without question will affect your commute. That is why we encourage people to go to MTA app or to MTA Info to get the most up-to-date information about what's going on with our system. We inform our customers of alternate routes that they can take to avoid the inconvenience. And for long-term outages, we continue to make announcements both on trains and in our stations. Our station agents who are now out of the booth are also a great resource for information. In the years ahead, we expect to see even more capital work so we can provide safer and more reliable elevator and escalator service. Working with our colleagues at C&D, we anticipate 70 new machines to either be replaced or new for the year 2024. And as we enter the new year, we'll have more information regarding that. So, there is always more work for us to do. However, as I said before, we have an amazing team, a stellar team that continues to challenge itself to always do better. This means being more responsive, thinking of creative solutions, meeting with advocates so that we can provide a feedback loop of things that we could be doing better, things that impact our customers, and also working with accessibility to see beyond what our vision is into these issues. And at this time, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Demetrius. I have a question. You said that the privately maintained elevators, the 16, how do we pick which ones are privately maintained?
So what we have new machines that were coming on, and as we took those new machines on, normally they would come underneath our maintenance, our current maintenance folks that would do the work. In this instance, we were able to work with the union to get get in place contractors that would maintain these new machines, and they've been fantastic. It's really been a great working relationship. It did take us a little bit to adjust because we're used to maintaining, but now we have to manage the contracts and their deliverables on the contracts.
And they maintain it for the life of the elevator, escalator? They maintain it, or is it a certain year? Or what do we do?
I believe, I'm not sure on the exact year, but I know it is a contract that has a term, I want to say 6 to 10 years. I can't remember the exact, but I can get you.
Are there, who reviews the contracts? We do internally, or?
So in collaboration with C&D,
Okay.
our E&E team has been working lockstep with them to make sure that not only when they're doing the contracts themselves, but also when they're putting these machines in service, that we accept that they are where they need to be, and also have created some really great inspections that it wasn't like that when we first started taking these machines on, but these guys have put some amazing procedures in place going forward too.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Demetrius? Okay. If not, we move on to Rich again.
Great, thank you. I'll be brief, and then we'll kick it over to Chief Kemper. He's been patient. Thanks, Chief. So just at this moment, just wanted to acknowledge a few of our Transit All-Stars who are here today. There is in your book a more, let's say, lengthy description about how wonderful they are. I'm going to be a little more brief, mostly because they told me they'd be embarrassed if I was embarrass them exactly. So two folks I want to first recognize first is Steve Ghilardi and Ajay Singh. Where are you guys? Right there in the front row. So these two gentlemen, among other things, okay, work in our electronic maintenance division, but were the brainchild with the team coming up with our anti-backcocking initiative. So those are some of my favorite videos where our customers are attempting to, maneuver the turnstile such they don't have to pay, and to the surprise of some of our customers who see that they've actually, well, these two gentlemen, among other things, are doing an EMD, came up with that. So thank you very much. Congratulations for being two of our all-stars this month. Demetrius, how many, don't tell Randy where, just tell him how many we've done. It's certainly into the hundreds now, if not more. Bless you.
Sure. So we've done 777 turnstile modifications of the 3,775. So roughly 20% are done already, and in 42 stations.
Great. So again, thanks to those two guys and their team. So thank you.
And we
guys.
prioritize the larger complexes to start.
Next up, Manlung Lee and Rashid Johnson. Where are you both? Please stand up. From our paratransit team, what have they been doing, among other things? A huge amount of improving our paratransit systems and applications. We shared a couple months ago some of our call center improvements, which was to reduce the wait time for our customers, improve the pickup time, and it's because of those two gentlemen, among many other things they've done for paratransit, plus I have a wish list for you for 2024. But I know you can do it, so congratulations. Thank you for being a great part of our team. We talked about the 29 underperforming bus routes. Well, where's Katrina Williams? She is making sure that we are getting some of those off the list. And so, it takes a lot of coordination to figure out not only the metrics we're measuring, but to get that information out to the field. She has been the person delivering for our bus customers. So thank you, Katrina, for everything you're doing. Appreciate you. They go to the not so bad category. That's right. That's right. It's up to Katrina. She whatever she wants, we say yes. The bad actors she takes care of for us. Samir from our bus team. Where are you, Samir? There he is. Yes. Now, Samir, among other things, is going to make sure that I don't have to go out and write tickets next year in our bus lanes, because among the many initiatives he's working on to improve our bus service, radios, but Able moving to ACE, we have a lot of technology. I mean, it's funny. Buses, I think back in the day we thought of as engines. They are now moving computers, and this gentleman and his team are the ones that are making it happen. So, Samir, thank you. Thank you for getting me out of the bus lane. Daniel Chen. Where's Daniel? Same. All right. So another of our all-stars coming from buses focused on technology, our automated passenger counters. Omni and eMirror are among a few of the projects he's been working on to deliver faster, safer service for our bus customers. So, Daniel, thank you for being part of the team. Awesome. Where's Mike, our go-to guy for buses in Queens? Right there. I mean, let me tell you, Queens itself, Queens Bus, if Queens Bus Riders was its own transit system, it would be like the 5th largest in America, right? So if you see this guy, he actually runs the 5th largest transit system in America, even though he's in our organization. So thank you for everything you're doing. And last but not least, Marva. Where's Marva? Marva, yes, who works in our in buses in our capital and budget. So the very bold $300 million goal that we have for next year to save across New York City Transit. She is one of several people looking for ways that we can reduce our expenses without impacting service and improving our customer satisfaction. So thank you very much for everything you do. Again, these folks are indicative of a multitude of individuals who I have the honor of working with every day. So congratulations. Thank you for being this month's Transit All-Stars.
So on behalf of the New York City Transit Committee, thank you. And I enjoyed reading about your little personal stories in the book. So if anybody has a minute, just read it. But congratulations, and thank you for all the great work you do every single day. Going to move on to Chief Kempler and the safety report. Morning, Chief.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Mihaltis, President Davey, and members of the board. You have before you the crime figures for the month of November, which show the subway system experienced 228 index crimes last month, compared to 207 crimes from the previous year. That reflects a 10% rise, or 21 additional crimes, to be exact, in November. In line with the data I touched upon last month, this was driven mainly by an increase in grand larcenies, where we recorded 115 versus 98, or plus 17 raw number, or 17.3% increase, which are the incidents of property theft without, fortunately, any force or violence. That being said, year to date, through the end of November, we are down in overall crime in the New York City subway system, just about 2.5% year to date, which represents just about 50 less crime victims, major crime victims, in the subway system this year when compared to last year. That's progress, real progress. And as you can see in the figures, the proactive work our transit officers have been engaging in all year continued this past month. When it comes to addressing violations of the transit rules of conduct and other quality of life infractions, officers have issued over 164,000 summonses year to date, a number that reflects a 50.7% increase, or upwards of 55,000 more summonses issued compared to the same period last year. These are the type of summonses issued to people committing acts of lawlessness that weigh heavily on our riders' minds. While minor corrective behavior like summonses is important, so too are criminal repercussions for when handcuffs are called for and arrests are necessary. In that regard, transit officers have made over 12,000 arrests this year, 12,703 to be exact, reflecting a 55.3% increase, or 4,500 more arrests for acts of lawlessness within our subway system just this year alone. Switching gears here, as is evident to anyone walking past department stores on Fifth Avenue, or the throngs of tourists posing for photos at Rock Center, or the bright marquee of Radio City. The holiday season in New York City is in full swing. And with the ball drop just a few weeks away, I want to reassure the members of this committee and those watching that the NYPD is committed, as it is each year, to a festive, enjoyable, and most importantly, a safe end to the year as we usher in 2024. With that, the members of the public can expect to see a heightened security presence throughout our city in the days to come. That's both above ground and below ground in the subway system. You know, while preparing for today's meeting, it struck me, it's been a year. It's actually 364 days to be exact since I introduced myself to this committee as the NYPD's Chief of Transit. You know, just reflecting on this year, a few words that come to mind are eye-opening, challenging, extremely rewarding. And as I mentioned before, I touched on a year of progress, certainly when compared to 2022. Over the course of the past 12 months, I've come to know, respect, and work alongside many people that are in this room. I thank you all, especially President Davey, Chair Mihaltis, and I saw Pat Warren. To the entire board, to everyone, thank you for your continued partnership in the mission of bringing our riders to their destinations quickly and safely. With that, I wish everyone a happy and healthy holiday season. To those that celebrated Hanukkah, Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and cheers to a happy and safe New Year.
With that, I'll take questions.
So thank you, Chief. I actually said to myself, oh my God, it's been a year since.
It's been 13 months, but
Who's counting?
but tomorrow would be the first time I
You came to a
introduced
committee,
myself.
wow,
Yep.
okay. And I actually, one word was progress and improvement. So
Yeah.
we thank you very, very much. And we thank the hardworking men and women of the entire NYPD, but especially the transit division. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question. Yes, we should. You started off your report by saying, I guess, grand larcenies are up. So is it pickpocketing that's happening? Is that what's going on?
That's a great question, and it's a mix. So let me say this: 50%, literally 50% of all crime, major crime that occurs in the subway system is grand larceny. So when you look at that grand larceny, as I mentioned, grand larceny is it's basically to make it as easy as I can, it's the theft or the stealing of property without force or the threat of force. If there was force or the threat of force, it would be a robbery. So what we're seeing and experiencing this year is a mix between exactly what you said, pickpockets, passengers leaving property unattended. I urge anyone, be aware of your surroundings, protect your property, hold on to it. I do realize and recognize that people are tired. They work very hard. But if you can stay awake as you're traveling on a train, that would be a good thing. We see far too often people falling asleep, waking up, and their bags and property are missing. So just to answer your question, it's really a mix of pickpockets, unattended property, we call it, and I hope I answered your question. Our arrests are up dramatically
Right, which is a good thing.
in those areas, yeah.
Great. All right, thank you. Any questions, any other questions for the chief? Okay, if not, thank you, Chief. Looking forward to a good 2024 and working with you again.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your Christmas and happy and healthy New Year. Okay, we're going to move on to procurements. Lou, since we can't vote, we're just going to listen to your report and then we'll take it up again on Wednesday.
Okay,
But
great.
please update us on what's going on.
And I won't ask you for anything at the end. The New York City Transit procurement package includes one action this month. This item is an award of a purchase contract to New Flyer of America for the procurement of 224 low-floor, 60-foot diesel buses with an option for 21 buses, as well as related items such as spare parts, special tools, and equipment, and training. The total amount is $291.7 million. The contract also includes an additional option for up to 425 low-floor 60-foot buses. The buses under this contract will replace aging buses operating out of New York City Transit depots located in Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, and the Bronx that have reached the end of their 12-year useful life. The solicitation was publicly advertised and 7 bus manufacturers were directly contacted. 2 proposals were received. 1 withdrew from the procurement prior to submitting its best and final offer. New Flyer will build 4 pilot buses to expedite delivery of the production buses. The delivery of the production buses is scheduled to begin in August 2025 and to be completed in November 2027. If exercised, the delivery of the 21 option buses will be completed in February 2028. The contract includes a provision for New York State content, for which New Flyer has committed to achieve 17.3%. And this is where I would normally ask for.
Okay. So I have, Dave, after I have a question. So what's a low floor bus? And how do we come with the option of 21 by 2028? How do we come up with those
So
numbers?
a low-floor bus, Frank, is the configuration.
Yeah, basically, exactly what it is. It's a lower floor bus, so it helps us accommodate an actual wheelchair ramp rather than a lift, which
Oh,
is much
okay,
more
so it's
reliable.
what we, okay, so
Yes,
now I see.
it's-
All right, it's a regular bus. All
Yep,
right.
regular bus.
Okay.
Regular local bus.
Look, got it, okay, thank you. And how did we come up, yes, Andrew, and then, how did we come up with the option of 21 or 45? Like, how did we achieve those?
The original quantity based on funding was 224 and 21. the funding that was only, the funding that was available was only for the 224. So we separated the 21 as an option.
We go and we have an option to purchase another 425 if we
Yes.
come up with the money? Is that
Yes,
what
exact-
happens?
exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
And what is needed to purchase the 425?
It would be capital funding available, and the goal would be to have continuous production if we could.
Right, so is it double the 291 or no?
It depends upon the price at the time.
at
The
that
price for
time.
the option is held firm for a year.
Okay.
And then after that year, it's subject to escalation based on a specific PPI for buses.
All right, so we're doing our best to purchase as much as we can with whatever capital funding we have, and hopefully we can come up with more capital funding and purchase more as the buses move out of their lifespan.
Absolutely.
Okay, got it, okay. David, and then Andrew. Thank you, Lou.
You know, I know we're moving towards an all-electric fleet, but I'm wondering how this all fits against that. But what are the sort of pollution, are these buses at least somewhat more efficient and better at pollution,
They
or
are-
reducing pollution?
They're of the latest EPA requirements from the standpoint of emissions for this type of bus.
Yes, they're the latest, what they call model year emissions. So actually, these buses, these diesel buses here, are much more efficient than the outgoing buses, the 12-year plus buses that we are replacing. Yes.
Andrew, did that answer your question? Great, okay, good. All right, Lou. Yes, got it, okay. All right, well, thank you, Lou, for the details, and I guess we'll vote on this on Wednesday. And I can't even entertain a motion to adjourn because we don't have a quorum, so thank you, folks. Okay, the meeting's adjourned, thank you.
My name is Ron Jones. I'm a yard master for Metro North Railroad. I've been with the MTA for 17 years now, and I work in North White Plains Yard. North White Yard, over. Not all trains go to the last stop and change hands. In between runs, the train's got to get mechanically checked. The car cleaners have got to clean the inside. And in many instances, the train's got to get fueled, our diesel trains. There's one point of contact for all of that, and that's what the yard master does. So basically, in layman's terms, I'd say we run the garage or the parking lot. That's what a yard master does. First thing I do when I come in the morning is look for my first 3 departures. We can't allow my turnover from the overnight yard master to me, allow that to be delayed. So the first thing I do is find out where those 2 trains are, and when ready, give them permission to leave the yard. After that, I start to set up my day. I designate particular tracks, and basically I set up a lineup for the rest of the day. I gotta let this train go. North White Yard 544, OK South. Garrett, you guys have a good day. Stay safe, over. For those people who are interested in careers, the Metro North is really well. They do really well with hiring from within. Just about everybody that I work with at the management level, at some point have been a cleaner or track department, or in my case, third rail. And if you want a meaningful career, Metro North is a real good company to work for.
What does a bus operator do?
John Winicki, I'm a New York City bus operator, and I've been operating a bus for 26 years. I work out of the Michael J. Quill Depot in Manhattan, and I operate the M60 bus. As a young child, I used to ride the bus with my father. He was a bus operator at a Flushing depot. Just watching him driving the bus, it made me want to do the same thing.
A bus operator's day starts out at the crew dispatcher's office. They either go out and see the yard dispatcher, get a bus to make sure the bus is fit and ready for service. They check a variety of things, and they'll then pull out and start their day. Or a bus operator may not have to pull out a bus, but may relieve a bus out on the road.
I really enjoy driving the bus. There's a lot of responsibility, different challenges, definitely the heavy traffic, a lot of bicyclists, scooters, cars cutting you off. Could be a little crazy at times.
Some of the challenges a bus operator faces on a day-to-day basis are heavy traffic conditions, and they have to be able to deal with different customer issues while driving this large vehicle in some really difficult conditions where they have to be very vigilant.
The big part of the job is customer service, dealing with a lot of types of people. A lot of customers are grateful and they thank you and makes you feel appreciated that you got them to and from their destination safe as possible.
The role of a bus operator is probably one of the most maybe understated jobs of importance for New York City. The professionalism, the tough job that they do on a day-to-day basis is invaluable. Those bus operators keep New York City moving.
A lot of times after a long, difficult day, you're like, thank God I made it and got everyone to where they're going safely, no problems, no incidents. Kind of makes you feel proud at the end of the day.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Hello and welcome to MTA Arts and Design's Guide on Bloomberg Connects. I'm Sandra Bloodworth, Director of Arts and Design, and I'm pleased to share with you this experiential guide to the artwork across New York's transit and rail system. Since 1985, Arts and Design has commissioned 400 site-specific contemporary artworks, providing meaningful connections between subway and rail stations, neighborhoods, and our diverse ridership. Traveling through the MTA network, you will experience a first-rate art museum of permanent works created in
call the December Capital Program Committee to order. Do we have any members of the public that would like to provide comments?
Yes, good afternoon. We have 7 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. We would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good afternoon, David and Jamie and the rest of the Capital Construction Committee. Let's do our Christmas list for the year. Yes, we have done a lot under Jamie's leadership, and I give kudos to him and his team, but we want more. What is it that we want more of? Elevators and ramps, that is. For example, at Court Square on the E as a eggnog and F as a froyo, we could use the Jamaica-bound platform instead of having an elevator. Why not have a ramp there? And then we have the total Court Square / 23rd Street complex fully accessible. And also, we want a status update regarding the M9A for our Metro North commuters, because we want to say goodbye to the old metropolitans, in other words, the M3As, that they're older than my own self. And also, we want a status update if there's a procurement yet for design for the R262s that will be replacing the R62s that are old as my own self, that is 37. So with that said, I'll yield the rest of my time. Happy holidays, and I'll see you guys next year.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Bruce Hain.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I agree with the fellow speaker. One thing I just wanted to add is as we are getting a lot of things accomplished in 2023, elevators, more accessibility, as we mentioned this earlier, but I do want to remind in the capital world that we can continue on the railroad ends as well as the subways to have more larger signages, more of the ramps, more areas for access for seniors and people with disabilities. It could be wheelchairs, walkers, strollers, everything across the board. As it reminds you that part of the capital we hope to see on the railroad ends, and this is Metro North and Long Island Railroad, they have the alert buttons to let the crew know there's an accessible customer waiting in this position station. It could be the front, the middle, or the back, or closer to the back, or closer to the front. More of those can actually help to get them on and off the train safely. The more safety, the more people will get on the railroads in anywhere in the New York region. I also want to wish everyone a happy, healthy holiday and a happy new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce Hain, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning. I want to keep on topic, so I may as well talk about something that is related. You're always I'm wondering about that bridge, the first procurement on your agenda, because that needs to be 2-tracked all the way to Port Washington. The old bridge at Plandome, you got utilities going over one side of that, but it's a 2-track bridge. So I hope you're not boxing that into 1 track, because that makes me mad. And the point of this, my speaking today, is I brought all these to try and convince you that, you shouldn't do any more boxing in of the Long Island Railroad, and what you should be doing at Jamaica is removing that platform. The platform is wrong. Remove it. You need through tracks, and you don't build the flyover until you can build it so it goes to the through tracks. You address the problem with the tracks going from 3 down to 2 on the east and bring 3 tracks into the station, because by the time the flyover sits down there, I don't know, it's 250 feet back from the platform. By the time it sits down, how are you going to have special track work to do that? I don't see it. Anyway, I wish you'd read it, because I've tried to describe it more fluently than I seem to be able to here. So here's your items. I don't know, is there someone? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Cameron Best.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Today, you'll be asked to move forward 18 actions on contracts totaling more than $1.6 billion, the majority of which are design-build. What a great way to close out the year. We'd love to see projects that'll improve the rider experience across the system, whether we directly see and feel them, like elevator and escalator improvements, or don't, hopefully, like emergency alarm systems at transit stations and substations. The work planned and being performed now will be great for the economy and for the longevity of the transit network. That's why it's so important that key funding for the 2024 capital program come through. Specifically, the $15 billion from congestion pricing and almost $7 billion from new revenue sources. We know that some of that money is anticipated to come toward the end of the program, but we can't continue to wait for congestion pricing. We're already seeing the price of delay. The holdup in congestion pricing monies caused a pause in Fulton CBTC installation, something riders need sooner than later. We applaud efforts to make other delays as painless as possible, but even a minor toothache can turn into root canal if it isn't addressed. Some projects are in Amtrak's court, namely East River Tunnels and Penn Access projects. We hope to see them move expeditiously. We learned last week that an award for ERT is expected in the first quarter of 24. Hopefully, we'll see work before the 11th anniversary of Sandy, finally. We look forward to working with the LARR team on what service will look like when tunnels are taken out. It's critical that construction work is completed before Penn Access, another project at the mercy of Amtrak. It seems as though things are finally getting on track, but come on, Amtrak. The region's riders need the new service that will finally bring trains into the East Bronx. The cost of delay adds to the cost of congestion and rider frustration. Let's make the holidays super happy and get congestion pricing and these critical projects across the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cameron Best, followed by Alita Dupree, remotely.
Hello. I've been a bit disappointed by the 20-year needs assessment and the way it talks about electrification on the Port Jefferson line. To me, it feels like the LIRR operates two railroads, a diesel railroad and an electrified railroad. The diesel portions are slower and have older, less reliable equipment. The lowest on-time performance sections this month were all in the diesel portions. Electrification is also key to more service. The cost of electrification that was outlined in the 20-year needs assessment seemed really high even for MTA standards. The report also didn't specify what some of the main cost drivers were, if it was double tracking, electrification, station improvements, and similarly, it also doesn't talk about the cost of a no-build alternative where we have to buy more diesel locomotives and continue to maintain them since the current diesel locomotives are not in great shape right now. Similarly, the MTA is implementing a sustainability plan, but there's no mention in the report of how much money the MTA would be able to save on their sustainability plan with further LIRR electrification. I hope that these questions are answered in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair David and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Foltz. Can't say that I've met you yet. And I'm very appreciative of Jano. So hopefully Jano will return to the room soon. But David, thank you for chairing today. This report is a big report. I did read about various things such as new radios for buses and the renewal of a substation. Substations are very important, and radios and lots of other things that we have to keep after, things that the public doesn't often think about, but it is the things that are often not seen that really matter the most. And Omni is essential. There's more work that we can do getting those vending machines out and filling them with Omni cards, and building our retail network so we can move away from MetroCard, because I look forward to a day when we will no longer have any damaged MetroCard stores. And electricity is essential. Buying electric buses, previous meeting, they're buying more diesel buses. And so I ask you as a capital committee to continue to advance electrification in all parts of our system, because I did get to ride on the electric bus and I enjoyed it very much and hope to do so again. And how do we build a renewable power system? We should have a chart as to our electricity usage, and maybe we need to build some infrastructure to generate renewable electricity to run our system. So thank you. And I look forward to the things you have to say today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment session.
Thank you. Copies of the November Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are now available on the website. Are there any changes or comments in the minutes? Okay, I was hoping. May I have a motion to approve? We can't because we don't have a quorum. Okay, so we'll take them and we'll put them out to the.
How many of us are there? Steve, we have a quorum? When Jano comes in, we can do it.
Okay, we'll take it up later. Okay. Let me go. Are there any changes to the work plan?
There are no changes to the work plan.
Okay. Thank you all. Now turn it back over to Jamie Torres-Springer for the President's report.
Thank you, board member. Welcome, members of the committee. Glad to be getting underway a little earlier this month. And happy to be giving you some updates on the success of the capital program and the many things that are going on, particularly at the end of the year. Last week, we were joined by Borough President Levine and State Senator Jackson to open our 8th ADA station this year, 9 when we include the public-private partnership with Macy's for Hoyt Street in downtown Brooklyn. We have 26 more stations in construction. We're continuing to build stations at 5 times the pace of previous capital programs to meet that commitment of at least 95% accessibility. And by the way, I'm just going to go back because the mosaic artwork at 181st Street by Carmen Lizardo called Great Waves of Immigration, which maybe not this is more of an elevator focus shot than a mosaic focus shot, but is really something. I mean, it's an extraordinary station. It's a landmark station, and this artwork really reflects some of the characteristics of that neighborhood and that community. And we're very proud that was part of the ADA project. Chair, I'm just moving on with the report here.
Keep going.
We were also excited to fully replace the fare array at Sutphin Archer on the E, J, and Z. More updates on fare evasion improvements and progress on Wednesday at the full board meeting. There are 13 contracts coming to the committee later in this meeting, including 10 design build contracts of major significance for the future of the capital program, and 3 accompanying maintenance contracts for elevators that go along with the design build projects for elevator improvements. It's a great package of projects. We're particularly pleased with the progress on ADA and on state of good repair. There are more contract awards in the works for this year as well. Just to highlight one, and we'll talk a lot about all of these, Broadway Junction, which is the 3rd busiest station in Brooklyn after Atlantic Avenue and J Street Metrotech, with 100,000 daily riders, will be awarded a design-build contract to make it fully ADA accessible and effectively rebuild this entire station, which is much in need of it. This is a very complex reconstruction of 3 stations, and we've been proud to be collaborating with the city on how this investment complements its plans for economic development in East New York. This is all at the same time as we look at other improvements in East New York, beginning the design for the Long Island Railroad Station as identified in the 20-year needs assessment, and we're looking at improvements related to the Interborough Express service that is under study and being progressed in environmental review in the future, which would have a station in this location as well. We're grateful to USDOT for a RAISE grant that helped to make this ADA project possible, and of course that with the support of Congressman Jeffries and Senator Schumer. Nonetheless, despite being proud that we're really achieving great velocity on keeping our capital program moving. As we've noted previously, there are some limitations, particularly the resignalization, the CBTC project for the Fulton Avenue line that we were not able to bring this year due to the uncertainty, Fulton Street, thank you, Andrew. Due to the uncertainty related to the timing of the congestion pricing proceeds, which is going to increasingly become an issue over the next few months as we try to resolve that issue. So for that reason, we are unfortunately not going to make the $10 billion target, but we've made a huge amount of progress otherwise, despite those headwinds. We'll report in January on the full package of awards and successes in cost containment on those awards. I just wanted to remind the committee that we are successfully containing costs in every way we can. When we benchmarked some recent state of good repair projects, which is 83% of the capital program, the costs were at the high end of the range, as you see here, but they were within 30 to 50% of the cost of benchmarks that we looked at, which is roughly the same difference that we see between New York City commercial office development and the same type of development elsewhere. So the message is, we're a high-cost city, but that doesn't mean that we accept those costs and that we're resting on our laurels. We are acting in every way that we can. We've made gains through clear upfront scoping of projects, better sharing of risks with contractors and consultants, and much more aggressive project management to keep work on budget and on schedule. And in the next year, we'll be continuing these practices and making investments in technology, systems, and human capital to support better, faster, cheaper project delivery. Again, as a reminder, last year we saw almost $350 million in our bids below our estimated cost. We'll report back about this year's awards in the early part of next year. We were able to save almost $400 million in the placement of our owner-controlled insurance program due to confidence in the way that we're executing the program. And we saved $200 million through efficiency in labor in delivering force account in New York City transit projects. So that right there is $1 billion in savings. And we'll be back next year to sum up how we did this year. This brings us to
next month, right?
Next month.
Next
month, which is next year. This brings us to the update from Bridges and Tunnels, which exemplifies many of these positive trends. Before I turn things over to Joe Keene for the B&T update, I wanted to highlight a few things about the stellar performance of this business unit, not only in maintaining these critical crossings, but contributing to the mission of the MTA in various ways. And of course, I should welcome back our former colleague, Kathy Sheridan, the president of the Bridges and Tunnels Agency, to CPC. We're glad she's here to support the incredible work of the Bridges and Tunnels business unit. As the board members know, MTA B&T operates 7 bridges and 2 tunnels linking the 5 boroughs of New York City and serving approximately 325 million vehicles a year. The facilities range in age from 53 to 87 years, so they require a sustained effort in investment to ensure their structural integrity, safety, and state of good repair. And the B&T unit delivers on that mission year in and year out. The projects that you'll hear about today, 12 projects that either were completed this year or are ongoing and headed towards on-schedule completion, are coming in $88 million under budget, out of a total budget of $920 million. So that's almost a 10% savings versus the budget that B&T has delivered. And B&T is using design build and effective project scoping to continue this trend with the major contract awards that will be presented to the committee today. I want to just highlight some of the proactive strategies for preservation and longevity. We're planning to install weigh-in-motion technology on the Verrazano, RFK, Cross Bay, and Marine Parkway bridges to identify overweight trucks traveling across bridges, which can lead to premature replacement of bridge infrastructure. B&T is initiating use of a preservation technique called main cable dehumidification on the RFK and the Verrazano bridges, with plans for other bridges in the future. This is a proven technique used around the world to minimize corrosion within the main cables and preserve their strength, thus extending the longevity of suspension bridges. B&T has also adapted a standard practice of modern overcoat painting that provides up to 30 years of protection against corrosion of steel elements. 3-coat system, the primer protects from corrosion, the middle coat serves as a moisture barrier, and the top coat provides color and gloss retention. And as we've mentioned before, through the collaborative magic of C&D, our infrastructure business unit supporting New York City Transit has adopted these best practices to extend the life of the many line structures in the subway system, and you can see some of the great progress made also in Broadway Junction using this new overcoating technique pioneered by B&T. And in addition to that, B&T is an increasingly important contributor to some of our broad MTA objectives like pedestrian and bicycle accessibility and environmentally sustainable construction. Last year, we launched the MTA Strategic Action Plan to improve bicycle and pedestrian access, and the work on the bridges is right on schedule with actions in that plan. Projects are underway to provide accessible ramps on the Henry Hudson, Cross Bay, and RFK bridges. On the RFK, and Joe, correct me if I get this slightly wrong, the connection on the Manhattan side has been completed. The connections between Randall's Island and Manhattan and the Bronx are well underway. And one of the proposed awards today will include an ADA-compliant bike and ped path from Astoria and Queens to Randall's Island. So all of that together would make all of the spans of the RFK bridge fully ADA compliant and accessible for bicycles and pedestrians. Joe will, if I did a slight exaggeration, Joe will fix that when we get to his turn here. And this business unit is committed to investing in sustainability. Recently, C&D launched an effort to develop standards for low carbon in construction, but Bridges and Tunnels is already ahead of the game, having achieved a 24% reduction in embodied carbon on the RFK project that Joe's talking about today. We've started to install electric vehicle charging at a number of facilities and are partnering with the New York Power Authority to look at solar power generation and develop a plan to transition B&T's fleet to zero-emission vehicles. So we're very proud of the many things that are underway at B&T, and with that, I want to pass it along to Joe for a more detailed update. And maybe Joe, we'll just catch a question from Board Member Glucksman.
Yeah, the monitoring of the overweight trucks. For what purpose is it to? Okay.
I'll let Joe handle that.
Yeah, well, we want to make sure that the trucks are complying with the regulations. They're not overstressing the structures, and because if they are significantly overweight, many cycles of that behavior, ultimately it reduces what they call the fatigue life, which is basically the longevity of the structures. So we're very concerned about it, something that we want to closely monitor.
Penalty? I mean, you go after them for zero.
To be determined.
There are penalties. The TBTA operations does pull over these trucks and they do manual scales to weigh them, and they do issue violations and fines based on them not complying with the various.
But it's public knowledge that the truck drivers have to know what the weight is that they're allowed to traverse our crossings.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jamie, for the introduction. B&T's 20 to 24 core capital program is $2.8 billion. We've already discussed some of the key strategies for long-term preservation of our facilities. Just want to focus a little on the delivery strategy. We utilize both design build and design bid build procurement strategies as appropriate based on the project scope. In addition, we bundle co-located capital and related maintenance work under one contract to maximize efficiency and minimize impacts to customers. We'll be discussing examples of these strategies in the subsequent slides. First, look at our commitments and completions for 2023. Our planned commitments in 23 were $476 million, including projects that are being presented for approval to award at today's meeting. We anticipate approximately $1 billion in commitments this year. Regarding completions, we will meet 100% of our annual goal of $360 million. Listed on this slide are our major completions for 2023. I'll discuss these in greater detail. Our most significant completion in 2023 was this $212 million design bid build project to rehabilitate the 8,000-foot-long viaduct approaches at the Throgs Neck Bridge. The slide shows a view of the Throgs Neck Bridge viaducts. The before and after show the dramatic improvement in the substructure piers. The project included over 7,000 steel repairs and the replacement of 148 deteriorated bearings, improving seismic resiliency on this major commercial corridor, significantly extending the longevity of the bridge. The work was staged from under bridge work platforms to facilitate the concurrent redecking of the Throgs Neck suspended spans while minimizing impacts to our customers. The project was completed in November, 12% under budget. At the Marine Parkway Bridge, this design-build project replaced tower elevators. The new elevators are protected from the elements by an innovative structural cladding system that blends with the bridge's aesthetic character. MTA partnered with the design builder during the design process of the design build to get a larger cab as well as additional structural steel and safety repairs while staying within the project budget and schedule. This project is on track for completion the end of this month, 12% under budget. The project was recently recognized by the Associated General Contractors of New York for excellence in partnering. Before I discuss our next completed project, I want to take a moment to orient you on B&T's flagship facility, the Robert F. Kennedy, formerly Triborough Bridge. The facility is really comprised of three distinct bridges: the Queens East River Suspension Bridge, the Harlem River Lift Span, and the Bronx Truss Bridge, all connected by elevated viaducts and approach roads that connect the three boroughs of Manhattan, Queens, and the Bronx. At the RFK, we're implementing accessibility improvements on all three bridges. The project shown in green on this slide is being completed this month and will be discussed in the next slide. So located on the Manhattan side of the Harlem River Lift Span, this design build project constructs a new ADA-compliant bike ped ramp shown on the left, connecting the sidewalk on the north side of Harlem River Lift Span to a future New York City greenway in East Harlem, delivering a significant commitment in the MTA's strategic action plan to improve bicycle and pedestrian access. In addition, as shown on the right, the fenders protecting the lift span towers were replaced with new fenders that meet modern standards, and the tower piers were rehabilitated. This contract bundled two projects that were in close proximity, maximizing the use of a limited staging area, reducing coordination of multiple contracts, and resulting in significant savings. Project will be completed later this month on schedule and 16% under budget. Shown on left is a photo of the newly constructed ADA-compliant bike ped ramp previously discussed. Next, I'll move on to our ongoing projects. Shown on this slide is a transformative design-build project ongoing at Randall's Island that reconfigures vehicular and bike ped access between the RFK Bridge and Randall Island. Working in close partnership with the New York City Parks, we are constructing 2 vehicular ramps and 3 new ADA-compliant bike ped paths to replace original deteriorated ramps. The work addresses both state of good repair and safety needs while also facilitating a future reconstruction of the Manhattan Plaza structure. During final design, the design builder optimized ramp layouts, eliminated piers, and minimized project durations. We also partnered with the contractor, as Jamie alluded to before, in piloting a reduction in embodied carbon of 24% by using low-carbon concrete. Project will transform access to and from Randall's Island, providing end-to-end ADA connectivity between Randall's Island, Manhattan, and the Bronx, delivering on a significant commitment that was made in the MTA's Strategic Action Plan to improve bike and pedestrian access. Project is 40% complete and is currently ahead of schedule and under budget. At the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge, this $121 million design bid build project will extend the longevity of the 56-year-old lower level deck of the VNB suspended spans, deferring the need for a full deck replacement. The rehab effort includes concrete deck repairs, repaving, finger joint rehab, steel repairs, electrical and painting work, as well as installation of a weigh-in-motion system to detect overweight vehicles. A weigh-in-motion system is a system comprised of a carefully arranged set of equipment, including sensors embedded in the pavement, overhead cameras that detect weight, classification, and other identifying vehicle information while vehicles travel at full speed through the system. Overall, this project is 15% complete and is progressing ahead of schedule. Also at the Verrazano, this $41 million design bid build project will improve the VNB's connection to the eastbound Belt Parkway, allowing 2 lanes from the bridge to continue unimpeded, eliminating the current substandard center lane merge. The project has been extensively coordinated with New York City agencies, and once complete will significantly improve traffic flow and customer safety on the Verrazano, reducing congestion both on the bridge and by eliminating detours to the local street network that often occur when the Belt Parkway backs up. Construction is 27% complete, and we're progressing on schedule. At the Rockaway Bridges, this design-build project bundles several smaller projects into one design-build package. At Cross Bay Bridge, we're replacing the pedestrian ramp with an ADA-compliant bike ped ramp, rehabilitating the navigation spans and strengthening the bridge to meet truck loads, as well as installing a weigh-in-motion system. Once this new ramp is complete, there will be an ADA-compliant bike ped path across the entire Cross Bay Bridge, linking Broad Channel in Queens to the Rockaways, delivering another significant commitment in the MTA's Strategic Action Plan for improvement in bicycle and pedestrian access. Also at the Marine Parkway, we are replacing the finger joints and installing a weigh-in-motion system. Construction is 20% complete, and the project is expected to be completed on schedule later next year. At the Henry Hudson Bridge, this recently awarded project is the latest in a series of major reconstruction initiatives at the Henry Hudson. This project will complete the seismic retrofit of the bridge and once again delivers another major commitment in our series of accessibility improvements that were outlined in the Strategic Action Plan. Here we are widening the lower level sidewalk and constructing 2 new ADA-compliant connections, one at each end of the bridge, improving accessibility between Spuyten Duyvil and Inwood Hill Park in the northern end of Manhattan. Now we'll take a brief look ahead at what's coming up. This major project at the RFK implements all of the 3 previously discussed longevity strategies, while at the same time delivering the most significant commitment of our accessibility improvements that were outlined in the MTA Strategic Action Plan. Once completed, there will be a continuous ADA-compliant bike ped path from Astoria to Randall's Island, as Jamie had previously mentioned, And the overall bike ped access between the boroughs of Bronx, Queens, and Manhattan will have been significantly improved. In addition, the RFK facility will have end-to-end ADA accessibility between the boroughs of Bronx, Queens, and Manhattan to Randall's Island as a result of all of these RFK projects collectively. The contract for this project is being presented for your approval to award later in this meeting. Over at the Throgsneck Bridge, this project bundles several co-located improvements under one design-build package to maximize efficiencies and project coordination. The project includes tower painting, construction of a new tower fender system meeting current standards, as well as rehab of tower elevators, main cable, and suspender rope work. This contract is also being presented for your approval to award later in this meeting.
No, this is this is Throgsneck, even though it says RFK on the top.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, correct? Throgsneck?
This upcoming, this upcoming design-build project at the Verrazano includes a complete exterior painting of the almost 700-foot-high V&B towers, removing the original lead-based paints and addressing corrosion of these iconic structures. This work has been bundled with co-located steel repairs and electrical work, maximizing efficiencies and minimizing customer impacts. Once completed, all lead-based paints will have been removed from the exteriors of our bridges and replaced with the B&T paint system that Jamie described earlier. The contract for this work is being presented for your approval for award later in this meeting. Another Verrazano project, this is the upcoming design-build project to install the dehumidification on the Verrazano's main cables. This project is planned for award later in 2024. And finally, this future design-build project at the Verrazano will reconfigure the Brooklyn approaches of the bridge. The most transformative aspect of this project is the construction of two new right-hand exit ramps with shoulders to the Bell Parkway, one from each the upper and the lower level, replacing the current original narrow, deteriorated, non-standard left-hand exit ramps. This project, in conjunction with the previously described Bell Parkway merge improvements, will significantly reduce traffic queues and collisions, addressing what is currently Bridges and Tunnels' #1 collision hotspot. Project is planned for award later this year, and that concludes the presentation.
Okay. So just for the record, I think you hit for the cycle, all of them under budget and on schedule or ahead of schedule. There was one that was $1 million off, but there's a rounding error, I'm pretty sure. So that's about as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say on your last comment, so people understand it, you know, this is exciting because we're being innovative and technology forward in the methodologies you use, the delivery methods you use. And also the fact that you have made ADA accessibility and bike ped access to the bridge is such a high priority. But do not overlook what the last point that Joe made, which is that left-hand exit on the Verrazano going to Brooklyn is super dangerous. People get confused because they're not used to exiting on a left hand, especially since they're they're trying to go the other direction, and that is a dangerous spot. So the safety mission is also being accommodated there. Other questions and comments, but we're going to hear from the, I broke protocol by commenting. We're going to hear from the IEC, but Jamie Barbas and Hayden Mahalsis, and then we'll hear from the IEC.
Yeah, just real quick, what kind of procurement method are you using for the dehumidification systems?
We're using design build.
Okay, and so you do the lessons learned from our states that, Pennsylvania for the Ben Franklin, and it's a good desktop study to investigate.
We've gone on visits to other sites that have implemented it, and we've been talking to all the other owners, and yeah,
Okay.
we've been trying to digest
There's some watch-its
all
there.
the
Okay,
lessons
great.
learned.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Two questions. The Verrazano, the last project we talked about that's going to be awarded in '24. How long is that going to take? It's going to be a traffic nightmare as we do it, but it's going to improve traffic when it's done. So it's just managing that whole expectation.
Correct. The way the RFP is being structured, we're putting it to be a maximum of 4 years, but the proposers are incentivized to minimize the schedule. Also, the part of the project that has the most traffic impact and the most community impact, we're putting a special focus on minimizing the duration of that project. So the proposers are going to have to propose separately on that milestone to achieve reducing the schedule as much as possible in the section of the project that has the biggest public impact.
You briefly touched on overcoating in your presentation. How do we determine what gets overcoated? Like, do we bundle it with everything else that's going on?
I'll ask Joe to speak to that on the bridges.
Yeah, so we've assessed all our steel structures and have come up with a system of replacing the coatings. The first goal was to remove all the original lead-based coatings for several reasons, including safety reasons. We're sort of on the cusp of reaching that goal, as I mentioned, when we de-lead the towers of the Verrazano. After that, depending on the environment where the coating is used, there's a life cycle that we expect to achieve from the full replacement of the coating system. But that life cycle also depends on periodic overcoating and spot painting to keep the system intact so that it maximizes its full service life. So it's dependent on the location and but in general, we typically reach a 30-year cycle, and in between times, there's an overcoating cycle usually required.
And similarly on the subway system line structures, we have hundreds of miles of above grade line structures. The 20-year needs assessment began to rate those in terms of what's in poor and marginal condition, and now our development department, along with our planning department, are working on a prioritization for the next capital program. And ask Tim if there's anything you'd add on that.
Yeah, just also that, we call it overcoating, but it's also the primary means in which we do steel repair on our elevated structure. So those contracts include a significant component of steel repair. The paint and coating system is to protect those repairs, but so it's the condition and the age primarily.
So I'll be able to look in the 20-year needs assessment and see if, I feel like Lisa Soren, the 6 train is going to get an overcoating or something like that.
You'll be able to look in the 20-year needs and see the current condition of different line segments, based on those evaluations. And then, as we put together the next plan in the coming year, that will include the prioritization of where we're doing work. And you're right, there's a coordination because, it has an impact on the street and also has an impact on the track level.
And are they graded like A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4? Like what's
Yeah,
the?
they have a numerical grade, but the poor and marginals are called out in the 20-year need materials. So we're happy to answer any follow-up questions after you look at those
Great.
numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the IEC.
Good afternoon. While the IEC is not performing detailed monitoring on individual B&T projects this reporting period, we have identified potential projects that are currently in procurement to monitor in 2024, and these projects will be reported at the next B&T CPC meeting. Therefore, this month, for the benefit of the many new members that have joined the board, we would like to present a brief summary of the process, presentation, and key performance indicators that we use to evaluate MTA capital projects each quarter that are included in the Traffic Light Report, TLR. In addition, we will focus attention on how B&T projects are presented in the TLR. The latest quarterly TLR can be found on page 38 of the committee book. The TLR provides a broad overview on the status of projects in design through construction that span across multiple capital programs. The report has enabled the IEC to provide oversight coverage on hundreds of additional projects with a total value over $8 billion, which complements the IEC's risk-based monitoring of individual projects that are reported directly to the board on our monthly CPC meetings. If the TLR identifies significant issues with performance indicators on a particular project, the IEC will provide more in-depth monitoring. Together, inclusive of our in-depth project monitoring and the TLR, over $15 billion of active projects are reviewed and reported each quarter in the TLR. The IEC first analyzes project data generated by C&D and identifies the projects which exceeded cost and schedule key performance indicator thresholds since the previous quarter's TLR. Measures of the cost and schedule variance parameters and more detailed TLR values can be found on the first pages of the TLR, starting on page 38 of the committee book. For projects that trigger variance, read, the quarterly issues encountered and the strategies undertaken by the project teams are explained by C&D in brief variance reports that follow the TLR pages. The IEC also notes C&D senior staff have utilized the TLR process as an effective management tool to identify concerns, address issues, highlight corrective actions taken, and to evaluate the contractor's response and overall performance. It is important to note that while variances usually indicate cost or schedule concerns since the last quarter, variances can also result from positive business decisions, including scope changes or executed contract options that have significantly revised the project parameters. Examples might include moving forward to capture favorable market conditions and/or taking advantage of budget-saving actions by utilizing the contractor currently working on a project. Ultimately, any significant change impacting cost or schedule each quarter is identified and reported in the TLR. For this quarter's TLR, the IEC reviewed a total of 508 projects, 36 in design, 10 in post-design to construction, and 462 in construction. Of these 508 projects, 31 or 6% triggered a key performance indicator this quarter. 23 were for schedule variances, 7 were for cost, and 1 was for both cost and schedule. As cited earlier, for every project with a variance, C&D prepared a brief project summary, which the IEC reviewed and worked with the project teams and business units in preparation of the final reports located in this month's TLR. Because the CPC work plan focuses on B&T this month, of note is that this quarter, 25 bridges and tunnels projects were reviewed for cost and schedule variances. Only one project triggered one schedule variance, red, and 24 were green. In fact, the one B&T variance this quarter from the RFK Bridge painting program is attributed to B&T's business unit taking proactive cost-saving measures to accomplish additional work scope within the project's existing budget. Year to date, B&T projects continue to perform well and have had positive results in the TLR. This can be attributed to good project planning, proactive management decisions, and responsive project teams. This concludes our comments on B&T and the TLR.
Any board members want to comment on having 4% of B&T projects having a schedule or budget variance? Pretty good. And overall, what was it, 6% of the 508 projects you looked at?
Yes.
Suresh?
Yeah.
Okay. Not going to let that pass unnoticed, folks. This is headed in the right direction. Well done, Jamie. And thank you, Suresh, for looking at all that, and especially well done, Joe. Any other comments or questions? Because we do have Mr. Brown.
Yeah, without actually apologizing, you're not supposed to really apologize in public. Last meeting I made a couple cynical, sarcastic comments about the rust and the overhead tracks, following up on Haida's comments about the Bronx tracks. We got a few in Brooklyn too, but I asked where you could see a well-painted facility, and you sent me to Broadway Junction. I went over there, And it was truly a beautiful paint job. And, you know, paint is always an indicator of me to, it's like the first line of maintenance. If you can't bother to paint it, you're not going to bother to maintain it. And I'm also a detailed guy, kind of a mechanical inspector. And I looked all over that for some signs of poor prep. You know, there's always, in painting, there's always a tendency, especially toward the end of the day, the end of the job, to like blow past something. And I did not see a single, you know, rust, wart sticking through that paint. It looked really good. And if you can do that all through our Brooklyn overhead facilities before you do Hayes Bronx facilities, you know, I'll be very happy. I thought it was really wonderful stuff. And, you know, I do have one other cynical thing to say, though, about the Verrazano Bridge moving the thing from the left to the right. Yeah, I agree. Everybody else gets off on the right. That does, you know, in brain terms, it will correct some of the people who are confused, but I don't buy that people are confused, and that's what's causing your accidents. I cross that facility quite frequently, and it's really a question of people not being willing to wait in the queue to get off the bridge. And you will still have that problem on the right. So now people will be going around to the left until the last minute to cut in because, you know, they're all in the Secret Service or something, and they're much more important than you are. But I would like to see you take some, you know, low-tech changes to force them to queue up earlier to protect the, you know, and that's where you, I mean, I think that's where you're getting all the fender benders on Verrazano Bridge. I mean, yeah, some people are confused. You know, I get confused there a little. I'm easier to confuse than I used to be, but it, you know, it's mostly people being piggish. And, you know, I'd like to see something to modify that behavior since we can't seem to modify ourselves. Other than that, great work, great design. I love it.
Okay, and I just, because you raised it, I just want to remind everybody that a couple of months ago we heard about the new methodology that's being used to repair and prep, you know, aging steel as well as the overcoating process. So there's a lot of innovation going on that has real benefit. We have a ton of procurements. Unless there's further comment or questions, I'm going to move us along. Mr. Iceland to procurements.
Thank you. Yes, Construction and Development is presenting 18 procurement actions totaling $1.6 billion this month. The procurement package includes the following 15 competitive actions. An award to replace the Webster Avenue Bridge, which spans the Long Island Railroad Port Washington branch in Manhasset. And to address the speaker's question, it does span, makes room for 2 tracks there for the future. An award for ADA improvements at the New York City Transit Broadway Junction Station in Brooklyn, and that one comes with a elevator and maintenance contract. An award to replace the facility monitoring and safety systems at the Hugh L. Carey and Queens Midtown Tunnels. An award to install CCTV systems for passenger identification at various New York City transit stations. An award to replace escalators at 6 New York City transit stations. An award to replace elevators at 17 stations, and that one also comes with a maintenance contract. An award to rehabilitate the East River suspended spans and anchorages of the Robert F. Kennedy Bridge, and as mentioned, that one comes with new shared use paths. An award to install emergency alarm systems at 36 New York City transit stations and 15 substations. An award for tower fender protection and painting at the Throgs Neck Bridge. That one includes elevator refurbishment and an elevator maintenance contract. An award for tower painting, lighting, and electrical upgrades at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, and 2 modifications to extend maintenance contracts for up to 6 months at Grand Central Madison. The package also includes the following 3 ratifications: a modification to replace a DC rectifier transformer at Metro North's Croton Harmon Yard, and 2 modifications to install bus radio equipment on approximately 1,600 new buses and to provide training and certifications for 32 bus installers. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I submit them for your consideration and vote.
The total for these is?
I'm sorry?
The total.
The total is 1.6 billion.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments on any and all of this? Okay. It's quite a package. We are at the end of the year, so eventually we're going to smooth it out, right, Evan? One of these days.
Yes, sir.
But you know, having deadlines is also a good thing. So we see what that does.
Evan, I have a question on the Webster Avenue one. Is it Webster Avenue, Webster Street in Manhasset?
It's Webster Avenue Bridge.
How long is that going to take?
18 months,
18
my
months,
colleagues
okay.
tell me.
And remember, that's a road bridge.
Yes, no, it's
Yeah.
That
below-
somehow
yes.
or another, it's lost in the midst of time. The
Yeah.
MTA somehow inherited responsibility for its condition, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
In the
All
town of Manhasset.
right. With that, I will ask for a motion to approve.
Motion.
Ms. Barbas, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item's carried. Thank you, everybody. That concludes the agenda. No. We got to go back and do the minutes because I wasn't here. There have been a set of minutes circulated, November Capital Program Committee meetings, and they're available on the websites. Changes or comments? Going. Motion to approve.
So
Thank
moved.
you, Ms. Mihalcis. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for the second. The minutes are approved, and motion to adjourn. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
All right, Tim Sullivan, come over here.
My name is Ron Jones. I'm a yard master for Metro North Railroad. I've been with the MTA for 17 years now, and I work in North White Plains Yard. North White Yard, over. Not all trains go to the last stop and change hands. In between runs, the train's got to get mechanically checked. The car cleaners have got to clean the inside. And in many instances, the train's got to get fueled, our diesel trains. There's one point of contact for all of that, and that's what the yard master does. So basically, in layman's terms, I'd say we run the garage or the parking lot. That's what the yard master does. First thing I do when I come in the morning is look for my first 3 departures. We can't allow my turnover from the overnight yard master to me, allow that to be delayed. So the first thing I do is find out where those 2 trains are, and when ready, give them permission to leave the yard. After that, I start to set up my day. I designate particular tracks, and basically I set up a lineup for the rest of the day. I gotta let this train go. North White Yard 544, OK South. Garrett, you guys have a good day. Stay safe, over. For those people who are interested in careers, the Metro North is really well. They do really well with hiring from within. Just about everybody that I work with at the management level, at some point have been a cleaner or track department, or in my case, third rail. And if you want a meaningful career, Metro North is a real good company to work for.
If you ride the subway often, you might have heard that a train is delayed because its brakes were activated. But what does that really mean? Let's take a look at the 3 ways a train's brakes can be activated. During regular train service, a train operator uses the service brake to slow and stop the train. If the train operator notices something dangerous on the train or the tracks ahead, the train operator applies the emergency brakes manually. This releases the air pressure from the braking system, requiring the train to use friction brakes only to bring the train to a stop as quickly as possible. If a passenger pulls the emergency cord, this will apply the train's automatic brakes. But a sudden stop could present harm to yourself or others. The emergency cord or handle should never be pulled while the train is in motion, unless the movement of the train presents an imminent danger to life and limb. It's only safe to pull the cord when you are in a station, where emergency services can get to you faster. Once the emergency brake is pulled, the brakes have to reset before the train can move again. A train's emergency brakes can also become activated by a tripping device. This is a small lever on the tracks that quickly triggers the emergency brakes and stops the train when it encounters something unusual on its journey, like debris or a signal malfunction. The train crew is required to inspect the train inside and out whenever the brakes are activated, to make sure everyone is safe and to locate what triggered the brakes. And sometimes this occurs in hard-to-reach spaces that take the train crew longer to navigate. The train crew removes the object that triggered the tripping device using a shoe paddle. If everything looks okay to the train crew, the train is back in action within a few minutes. But in the meantime, conductors are always actively communicating with you and keeping you updated. So next time you hear that, or from the bottom of a train before coming to a quick stop, remember, it's for your safety. We're always working to reduce any unnecessary use of emergency brakes on your subway ride. But when properly applied, they are vital to our transit system that keeps millions of New Yorkers safely moving every day.
What does a bus operator do?
John Winicki, I'm a New York City bus operator, and I've been operating a bus for 26 years. I work out of the Michael J. Quill Depot in Manhattan, and I operate the M60 bus. As a young child, I used to ride the bus with my father. He was a bus operator at a Flushing depot. Just watching him driving the bus, it made me want to do the same thing.
A bus operator's day starts out at the crew dispatcher's office. They either go out and see the yard dispatcher, get a bus to make sure the bus is fit and ready for service. They check a variety of things, and they'll then pull out and start their day. Or a bus operator may not have to pull out a bus, but may relieve a bus out on the road.
I really enjoy driving the bus. There's a lot of responsibility, different challenges, definitely the heavy traffic, a lot of bicyclists, scooters, cars cutting you off. Could be a little crazy at times.
Some of the challenges a bus operator faces on a day-to-day basis are heavy traffic conditions, and they have to be able to deal with different customer issues while driving this large vehicle in some really difficult conditions where they have to be very vigilant.
The big part of the job is customer service, dealing with a lot of types of people. A lot of customers are grateful and they thank you and makes you feel appreciated that you got them to and from their destination safe as possible.
The role of a bus operator is probably one of the most maybe understated jobs of importance for New York City. The professionalism, the tough job that they do on a day-to-day basis is invaluable. Those bus operators keep New York City moving.
A lot of times after a long, difficult day, you're like, thank God I made it and got everyone to where they're going safely, no problems, no incidents. Kind of makes you feel proud at the end of the day.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here
Good. David? Okay. Let us call to order the meeting of the Corporate Governance Committee. Any public speakers? Paige?
I'm going to inquire whether there are any public speakers.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Lisa Daglian.
The Peanut Gallery applauds my arrival. I'm Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. My remarks will be short and sweet, kind of like the meetings today. And I just want to point out that the Capitol meeting was the only meeting that had a quorum, and that's because you arrived. And it should not be that that you're so short of quorums. We have a solution that we'll be working on, and that's to allow some of the non-voting members to have votes. We think that since they've all been at these meetings, despite the weather, that there's an opportunity. So stay tuned. We're committed to working with you on this. And we look forward to next year opening that book and seeing some changes in the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Bucky's Highland.
Can you hear me? All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Lieber and ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. I'm Matty W. Bucky's Highland. I want to speak today about the government and leadership. But first, I want to speak about leadership. I applaud Chairman Lieber for doing an absolute job of keeping this Metropolitan Transportation Authority running safely and smooth through hard times and tough times. But I think that needs to be split, the chair and CEO role. The chairperson should be the commissioner of the New York State Department of Transportation, in my opinion. New York's and then have an executive director. That worked well during the George Pataki administration, where you had Peter Carlical as the chairman and Katie Lapp as the executive director. And the second point I would like to make is that, at the beginning of every MTA board meeting, in addition to safety mounts, I think we should stand and I think we should have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America at this board meeting. Thank you. God bless you. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy New Year. Ms. Graves?
Thank you. Our last speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza here, President of Passengers United. I am very upset with the turnout today with the board members. I understand it's really pouring, it's rain out there, the weather conditions are bad, but guess what? We have technology. Everyone has Wi-Fi, we have iPads, we have computers. All of the MTA board members, wherever they are, should be in attendance at all these meetings, and we should have a quorum. If all the advocates can be here, and so I will say that. I will also say that, all the advocates, including us at Passengers United, need to be included in all the conversations that are going on at the MTA. I don't think it's fair that some organizations are being allowed to run press conferences, they're going to the podiums, they're doing things, and they don't even attend the board meetings, the committee meetings. But yet Passengers United attends all the meetings, but yet we're not invited to certain meetings, or we're not, being given a leadership initiative, which I have an issue with. So yeah, we are very upset. We hope, Mr. Chairman, you can work on that and improve that. We look to you for leadership on these issues, and also elected officials. And there should be no private interest at the MTA. Everybody works together as a team. That's what it should be on. But I have to say, we've got to get the board members all have to be there. This is why we need advocate board members. There should be Passengers United members on the MTA board voting. This would be a great thing. So again, guys, thank you so much. Have a happy holiday and a Merry Christmas.
Thank you to all our public speakers for your remarks. This concludes the public comments of the corporate governance segment. Chair, back to you.
Okay. The minutes of the March 27th meeting are in the committee books. Any questions regarding the minutes? May I have a motion to approve the corporate governance? We have a quorum, right? Yes. Thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis. Thank you, Ms. Barbas, for the second. All in favor? Any opposed? The minutes are approved. Paige, can you take us through the agenda quickly?
Yes. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the work plan for 2024. We have included the proposed work plan in the committee book for your review and approval.
Thank you. Any questions about the work plan? Motion to approve the committee work plan. Thank you, Ms. Barbas. Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for the second. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The work plan is approved.
Next on the agenda is our bylaws. Each year, this committee reviews the MTA bylaws. We are not recommending any changes at this time. Copies of the bylaws can be found in your committee books. Any questions?
None at this time. Keep it going. Go ahead.
Next on the agenda is our committee charters. Each year, this committee is required to review its charter as well as the other committee charters. We are not recommending any changes at this time. Copies of the charters can be found in your committee books. Any questions?
None, apparently. Governance guidelines.
Next on the agenda is our governance guidelines. Public Authorities Law, Section 2824, requires the MTA to review its governance guidelines. The proposed revisions are mostly non-substantive, including assuring the guidelines are gender neutral and changing the name of the Joint Commission on Public Ethics, JCOPE, to the Commission on Ethics and Lobbying in Government, COLEG, to comply with the Ethics Commission Reform Act of 2022. Copies of the guidelines can be found in your committee books.
Okay, you weren't kidding about non-substantive. Okay, thank you. Any questions about any of that? May I have a motion to approve the revisions to the governance guidelines? Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Thank you, Ms. Barbas, for the second. All in favor? Any opposed? Guideline revisions are approved.
Lastly on the agenda is the approval of policies as required by Public Authorities Law. Public Authorities Law, Section 2824, requires the board to adopt certain policies. We have no policies requiring your review.
No policies at this time. So thank
Correct.
you to everybody. This concludes our agenda, correct?
Yes, it does.
Motion to adjourn. Thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis. Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for the second. All in favor? We are in adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to MTA Arts and Design's Guide on Bloomberg Connects. I'm Sandra Bloodworth, Director of Arts and Design, and I'm pleased to share with you this experiential guide to the artwork across New York's transit and rail system. Since 1985, Arts and Design has commissioned 400 site-specific contemporary artworks providing meaningful connections between subway and rail stations, neighborhoods, and our diverse ridership. Traveling through the MTA network, you will experience a first-rate art museum of permanent works created in mediums such as mosaic, metal, and glass. You may also discover our extremely popular temporary art programs through Music Under New York performances, illustrated posters, photography light boxes, digital artworks, and poetry in motion. Use the new interactive map to locate artworks on your commute or plan your next adventure with our curated self-guided tours accessed through the homepage. Bloomberg Connect's digital guide makes information on MTA Arts and Design collection accessible to everyone interested in learning more. We invite you to begin your journey within New York's extraordinary Contemporary Art Museum.
If you ride the subway often, you might have heard that a train is delayed because its brakes were activated. But what does that really mean? Let's take a look at the 3 ways a train's brakes can be activated. During During regular train service, a train operator uses the service brake to slow and stop the train. If the train operator notices something dangerous on the train or the tracks ahead, the train operator applies the emergency brakes manually. This releases the air pressure from the braking system, requiring the train to use friction brakes only to bring the train to a stop as quickly as possible. If a passenger pulls the emergency cord, this will apply the train's automatic brakes, but a sudden stop could present harm to yourself or others. The emergency cord or handle should never be pulled while the train is in motion, unless the movement of the train presents an imminent danger to life and limb. It's only safe to pull the cord when you are in a station, where emergency services can get to you faster. Once the emergency brake is pulled, the brakes have to reset before the train can move again. A train's emergency brakes can also become activated by a tripping device. This is a small lever on the tracks that quickly triggers the emergency brakes and stops the train when it encounters something unusual on its journey, like debris or a signal malfunction. The train crew is required to inspect the train inside and out whenever the brakes are activated, to make sure everyone is safe and to locate what triggered the brakes. And sometimes this occurs in hard-to-reach spaces that take the train crew longer to navigate. The train crew removes the object that triggered the tripping device using a shoe paddle. If everything looks okay to the train crew, the train is back in action within a few minutes. But in the meantime, conductors are always actively communicating with you and keeping you updated. So next time you hear that, or from the bottom of a train before coming to a quick stop, remember, it's for your safety. We're always working to reduce any unnecessary use of emergency brakes on your subway ride. But when properly applied, they are vital to our transit system that keeps millions of New Yorkers safely moving every day.
What does the mobile wash team do?
My name is Ferdo Chowdhury, Supervisor Mobile Wash Team. Mobile Wash unit has a big job in the system. They clean the station. And not only cleaning, in between you have to help customers. We take the truck, we take the equipment, we come to the station and clean the station. I inspect it, and after that, I'm gonna take the pre-job meeting with my team. I have to let them know this is the place we have to concentrate our mind, we have to do the job. First of all, we have to barricade the area. People cannot get in there. We have to put the soap, let the soap for 10 minutes so that the floor can suck the soap and open the dart. After that, we use the steel eagle machine. When we finish the steel eagle machine, we have to use the pressure gun. Because the steel eagle machine, sometimes it cannot reach all the way in the corner, around the column, in many other places. So we have to use the pressure gun. 4 o'clock, 4:30, we finish the job, pack up the equipment, and go back to the Quay State Depot. When customer come to us, say thank you, we feel good. And when our boss say, oh, you do the good job, we feel good, because then we are happy not with the money, with the appreciation.
My name is Ron Jones. I'm a yard master for Metro North Railroad. I've been with the MTA for 17 years now, and I work in North White Plains Yard. North White Yard, over. Not all trains go to the last stop and change hands. In between runs, the train's got to get mechanically checked. The car cleaners have got to clean the inside. And in many instances, the train's got to get fueled on diesel trains. There's one point of contact for all of that, and that's what the yard master does. So basically, in layman's terms, I'd say we run the garage or the parking lot. That's what the yard master does. First thing I do when I come in the morning is look for my first 3 departures. We can't allow my turnover from the overnight yard master to me, allow that to be delayed. So the first thing I do is find out where those two trains are, and when ready, give them permission to leave the yard. After that, I start to set up my day. I designate particular tracks, and basically I set up a lineup for the rest of the day. I gotta let this train go. Northwest Yard 544, OK South. Garrett, you guys have a good day. Stay safe, over. For those people who are interested in careers, the Metro North is really well. They do really well with hiring from within. Just about everybody that I work with at the management level have at some point have been a cleaner or a track department, or in my case, third rail. And if you want a meaningful career, Metro North is a real good company to work for.
You can see this one, the 401, the 202, the Brookville. Every engine does the same thing, but slightly different. Working on trains is pretty cool.
Being an electrician here is special because there's not many opportunities to work on equipment this large. These are like supersized.
The power that these things are able to generate, it just makes it that amazing, that cool.
These engines are diesel engines. It uses diesel power to create electrical energy, and that's what propels these trains.
As an electrician, our daily objectives are to maintain this equipment. It's changing light bulbs, repairing any wiring, any damage, any sensors, any transformers.
Anything that has to do with electronics for the trains. I work on a lot of PTC, positive train control. There's a warning system, it's a braking system and control system. For example, there might be a 30-mile-an-hour turn, and if the engineer doesn't control that, the train automatically brakes on its own. That's the most important system that we check here.
Our job is very important because it makes it safe to be out on the road for the passengers.
I fix everything as if somebody's watching all the time. I make sure my job is complete and the train is safe.
It's a railroad lifestyle. I enjoy the people. I enjoy the work. You create friendships here.
Being an Air Force vet, there's a pride in what you do. I have that pride in what I do here on the railroad. I get to see the results of my work every day, the trains going by, and I know I was a big part of that.
Being an electrician here is so special that we're able to, and lucky enough, to work on this equipment.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit, and knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Greenhouse gases have infiltrated the atmosphere, and we've been doing that over the last 100 years, not intentionally. But at the end of the day, I'm very optimistic about solving the climate challenge, because what I've seen over my 35 years here at the MTA is amazing change. And that all begins with the engineers and architects here at the MTA. I started here in 1987 as an assistant environmental engineer, and I worked my way up to chief environmental engineer. So I've always been in the environmental compliance section. Now I was actually being proactive, collecting rainwater to prevent flooding, making sure we have recycled materials, making sure our construction and demolition debris is recycled as opposed to just landfilled. My signature project here in the MTA was the Mother Clara Hale Bus Depot. The building includes a green roof, which is a vegetated roof which absorbs rainwater, absorbs carbon dioxide, adds an extra layer of insulation to the roof, and also absorbs floating particles in the atmosphere. There's also a rooftop rainwater collection system which drains into a 50,000-gallon tank, and we use that rainwater to wash the buses. But we also use the wash water and we recycle it. We filter it and then we keep using it again and again. The building is gold certified from the United States Green Building Council, and people still come to the depot to tour it now, more than 8 years after its completion. As a college professor now, after 25 years in the business, you realize that what you know, you have to pass on. So I think when I came to MTA in 1987, there were a lot of people that were lots of experience, and I realized that I needed to learn from them. We have done a great job here at MTA making our system more sustainable. Mentoring was a big deal when I first started here at MTA, and I think it's something MTA does a great job at. Because in order for us to be successful, we have to have a process where people learn from each other.
What does a bus operator do?
John Winicki, I'm a New York City bus operator, and I've been operating a bus for 26 years. I work out of the Michael J. Quill Depot in Manhattan, and I operate the M60 bus. As a young child, I used to ride the bus with my father. He was a bus operator at a Flushing depot. Just watching him driving the bus, it made me want to do the same thing.
A bus operator's day starts out at the crew dispatcher's office. They either go out and see the yard dispatcher, get a bus to make sure the bus is fit and ready for service. They check a variety of things, and they'll then pull out and start their day. Or a bus operator may not have to pull out a bus, but may relieve a bus out on the road.
I really enjoy driving the bus. There's a lot of responsibility, different challenges, definitely the heavy traffic, a lot of bicyclists, scooters, cars cutting you off. Could be a little crazy at times.
Some of the challenges a bus operator faces on a day-to-day basis are heavy traffic conditions, and they have to be able to deal with different customer issues while driving this large vehicle in some really difficult conditions where they have to be very vigilant.
The big part of the job is customer service, dealing with a lot of types of people. A lot of customers are grateful and they thank you, and makes you feel appreciated that you got them to and from their destination safe as possible.
The role of a bus operator is probably one of the most maybe understated jobs of importance for New York City. The professionalism, the tough job that they do on a day-to-day basis is invaluable. Those bus operators keep New York City moving.
A lot of times after a long, difficult day, you're like, thank God I made it and got everyone to where they're going safely, no problems, no incidents. Kind of makes you feel proud at the end of the day.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Nedi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years at New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go to our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Unit. Any equipment that we need to operate, we control it remotely.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
What
Okay, may I call the last Finance Committee meeting of 2023 to order, please? Thank you all for attending. I'm proud to say we have a quorum today. And I want to thank my fellow board members for trudging in on a wet and wild Monday here with weather. David, public speakers.
We have 4 public speakers today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also I'm also being asked to remind all public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that you'll be hearing a warning beep when you get to 30 seconds and wrap up your remarks. Our first speaker is Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Christopher Greif.
Hey Neil, hey Kevin, Jason Anthony here with my Christmas wish list. We found out on Thursday that the Port Unauthorized, like I call it, in other words, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, yet again, swept us under the rug, or like I call it, the West of Hudson privilege. There's going to be a fare and toll hike due to inflation. I don't believe that. Because if it was due to inflation, we will do the same thing. But we're not them. We are going forward with congestion pricing despite their objections. So I think, Kevin, that you should schedule a meeting with your counterpart over there, Libby McCarthy, because clearly she doesn't hear our message. Why is it that people like our beloved transit president, Rich Davey, from his Hell's Kitchen apartment has to see the congestion coming to and from the Abraham Lincoln Tunnel, or the Holland Tunnel, or the George Washington Bridge in Washington Heights? Why is it that we have to deal with pollution and pay more on their side? It's time for us to do the things the right way, and I hope that 2024 is the North Star, like Rich Davey calls it. So that's all I have to say. I'll yield the rest of my time. Happy holidays, and I'll see you guys back in January 2024.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, who will be followed remotely by Matthew Buckhees Highland.
Good afternoon, members. And I know we had a nice little break, but right now, the only thing I wanted to mention is, as part of the finance, I hope we can discuss the reduced fare for the Long Island Railroad for city tickets, as well as getting the weekly also reduced fare. As my fellow colleagues and advocates have been mentioning, we do need a combo ticket to go from one part from the Bronx to Manhattan to Queens, because then it will give us an optional to transfer. Since we have Grand Central Madison, as well as the regular Grand Central, the easier connections to get where we have to go. It would also give accessibility customers, seniors, and people with disabilities an option to where they want to go. Some people might like to go to Green Acres Mall, or want to go from Green Acres Mall to the Bronx, to maybe have a chance to go have fun somewhere and speed up. It will save us time with all this congestion. And I do want to thank our finance very much for showing the reduced fare prices for seniors and people with disabilities so they can understand what the changes are. And I want to wish everyone a happy, healthy holiday. And I agree with my fellow speaker earlier. We need to work with Port Authority to remind them that seniors and people with disabilities do count, because the air train going up to $8.50, it's going to increase buses and the A train, the E train, well, more the A train, try to get into the airport. It is going to cause a lot of headaches. Thank you, everyone. Happy holidays.
Thank you. We have 2 remote speakers. The first one is Matthew Buckhees Highland, followed by Charlton D'Souza. Matthew, are you online? We'll switch over. Charlton D'Souza first, followed by Matthew Buckhees Highland.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So we're at the finance meeting, and what's so important is that we have discounts and that the city ticket weekly be established. for Southeast Queens, parts of the Bronx, where there's Metro North and Long Island Railroad service. If congestion pricing is going to be implemented, then you have to give these communities, which are in transit deserts, you have to give them adequate service and adequate accessibility and ways to get in the city quicker than the subway and bus. Because the subway and bus is breaking down overnight, there's issues. So we need that equity. But also, what we do need as part of the Queens bus redesign, maybe the Jamaica Center subway station should become an intermodal hub, like the L train hub, where people who are transferring from the subway to bus don't have to pay an additional fare. That's something that would truly bring equity to Southeast Queens and its residents, and that needs to be looked at as well. There are ways that that can be done with the existing Omni technology. So we look forward to seeing something like that implemented as part of the Queens bus redesign. And we also need a 3-leg transfer within Southeast Queens on certain routes that extend from Far Rockaway, or if you have to travel from like Bayside, you need that. But again, we need equity, and we're not seeing that, and that's why Passengers United has not supported congestion pricing, because we lost the Atlantic Ticket Weekly, and when we lost that in June, that was the straw that put us against the MTA. So yeah, we need equity, and we need it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Matthew Buckhees Highland.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matty W. Buckhees Highland. I want to speak today about congestion pricing concern. On Thursday, December 14th, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey approved their budget with a toll increase where Commissioners Bullrage, Cohen, Eve, Fisher, Helmy, Kelly, LaBarbera, Linford, McCable, Toole, Richardson, Rosado recording the affirmative, none against. It could be a double whammy for New Jersey coming into the central district in Manhattan to pay the brunt of it. That might be good for a millionaire, but not for like working class folks. But I recommend December 6th, MTA board meeting. Somebody say, and you know what? I was going to speak to MTA Bridges and Tunnels meeting today, but I fell asleep by the time. I hope everyone stays safe from this storm. Thank you. God bless you. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the remarks.
Thank you, David. Thank you to our speakers. Appreciate your constancy and thoughts. Today's an important day. We're going to vote on the 2024 budget. I thank you all for being here for that. But first, a few administrative notes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes for the November 29th meeting, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Any edits, corrections, deletions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Ayes have it. 2024 committee work plan draft. Any comments? David, you want to comment on any of it?
I think there were just a couple of very minor tweaks to it, nothing much. I think you'll be voting on it next month.
Do you want to share us what the minor changes are?
I think it was just 1 month shifting, that's all.
Okay.
Actually, I take it back. There's one other item. The the station maintenance payments. Normally, we give you a staff summary how much it's going to be for each county in the city of New York. In September, October, we let you know who has or has not paid. The law was rewritten many, many years ago that if a county or municipality does not pay, the state automatically sends us the money, and they get the money through that municipality differently. So we're just taking that off the agenda as a reporting item.
They get the money
That's
differently.
really it. I believe it's the sales tax component that they send back. They'll hold on to it and send it to us instead.
Are we going to get the money?
We get the money.
Okay, all right.
So we've just taken that off the work plan.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. Any? Bite your tongue, sir. Okay. Any other comments on the work plan? Then we'll vote on that next month. And information item on the charter for our committee, which was discussed at governance. Anybody want to add anything on that? No? Nothing to add? Okay, great. Action items, let's start with the budget then.
Sure. The first item requests adoption of the 2024 budget and 2024 to 2027 financial plan, which is consistent with the November plan and projects balanced budgets through 2027. And I'll pass it off to Kevin for comments.
Thank you, David. Before you is the adoption material to recommend to the board for the budget. Look, I think this is a budget we should all be proud of, 19.3 billion, but represents actually lower real spending versus the 2019 budget, where we're delivering more service both in transit on the commuter rail. This budget before you is it's an accumulation of a lot of accomplishments over the year that we've spearheaded together, starting with last year passing a budget that had assumption of federal aid, of state aid, which we got the new package with the leadership of the governor and the legislature, the board getting us back on track with the modest but recurring fare and toll increases. The agencies delivering on budgets that show the savings that we targeted of up to at least $400 million a year. And the early action that everybody has taken and the early direction by the committee and the board is paying off. Good news Friday, I should say the bad news is we parted with about $3 billion in cash. The good news is we paid off our debt to the Federal Reserve from the COVID era loan as we promised. So our debt over the weekend went down by 2.9 billion plus interest. And as David mentioned, we're have a good solid budget proposed for 2024 and a balanced financial plan through 2027. So I don't think there's a lot of controversy. Happy to answer any questions anybody would have. I do say, on the revenue side, we're continuing with our projections, but we have reserved some money for the fare evasion issue on buses. And I'm going to take a very close look at that as we get in towards the July plan and come back to you with our thoughts on revenue projections.
Questions?
No, just a comment.
No comment.
So just good work, Kevin, Jay, everybody else, Olga, David, who put together this budget. As everyone who knows, budgets, they used to say that making budgets, watching the whole budget process is like making sausage. You just want to see the end product. But congratulations on getting us to pay off our COVID loan, on getting us in a better place than we were in 2019, and hopefully things move forward and we're on a clear and steady path.
Anyone else want to comment? Let me just say a couple of things. One, I think we have to acknowledge a couple of things. One is the composition of our revenue is very different than it was a couple of years ago. We are far less dependent on fares and tolls, and that's not necessarily a good thing. It is the nature of what's changed with COVID and with commuting patterns, and that's a fact. And as we've been attended to the forecasts made by McKinsey, it is not clear when we're going to ever get back to anything that looked like pre-COVID. We may never get back to that level. And so we've had a change. So the second point I want to make is I want to, again, thank the governor and the legislature for figuring out a way to change the composition of revenue, because we have not reduced the size of this organization and our service. If anything, we've grown the things we've done for the community, both on the operating side and on the capital side. And yet we have figured out how to do that in a way that the commuter is spending less in aggregate. And that's an incredible contribution from the state and some really creative thoughts, both in the year 2024, which we're approving, as well as in the out years where we have to be relying on it. And the third thing I want to say is there are risks. There are risks. Now, I am, like many of you, cautiously optimistic. Maybe Olga has a particular view on this, that the Fed has done a brilliant job on the soft landing we keep hearing. Well, if that continues on, ladies and gentlemen, actually our real estate revenues may actually be better than we are anticipating. Maybe there will be some upsides, in fact. I don't want to call for any, but boy, it feels pretty good where the economy, think about where we were a year ago right now. Companies were slashing jobs, not 2 or 3%, but 15, 20%. We were looking really in the barrel of not just recession, maybe even the big D word in front of that. And that was a very scary time we were in a year ago. Where this organization has gone through Jano's leadership, through Kevin's, Jay's, and the governor's overall leadership is extraordinary. So there are real risks, but boy, I'm feeling pretty good relative to where we were a year ago. And I want to thank this committee for their support. Hearing no other questions then or comments, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the 2024 budget and the financial plan through 27. Thank you, David. Second. Any further comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Budget is approved and passed on to the full board for Wednesday's vote. David, back to you.
The second item seeks MTA and TBTA boards authorization and approval of the necessary documentation to issue 2024 new money bond anticipation notes and bonds in the following not to exceed amounts. $4.5 billion for capital projects set forth in approved transit and commuter capital programs, $1.2 billion for MTA short-term, 12 months or less, interim working capital borrowings, $500 million for capital projects set forth in MTA bridges and tunnels capital programs, and $300 million for costs of the TBTA Central Business District Tolling Program. In addition, the MTA and TBTA boards periodically adopt reimbursement resolutions to maintain the ability of MTA and MTA bridges and tunnels to finance capital projects and capital improvement programs for the Central Business District Tolling Program, and working capital and liquidity needs on a tax-exempt or tax-advantaged basis consistent with federal law. The MTA Finance Department also seeks adoption of the consolidated supplemental resolutions to preserve the ability to finance certain capital projects on a tax-exempt or tax-advantaged basis, and Olga Chernat is here to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay. Need a vote on that, I take it? Ready? Motion, please. Thank you. Second. Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstention. Motion passes. Thank you. Lizette, proceed.
Thank you. There are 3 actions this month for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval in the estimated amount of $418.8 million. These are found in the December 2023 Finance Committee book on pages 25 through 30. The first item is the award of a competitively negotiated all-agency personal services contract to P&A Administrative Services, Inc. for administrative and record-keeping services in connection with the MTA Flexible Spending Account program. The base contract term is for a period of 5 years, beginning January 1, 2024, and 2 one-year options for a total of 7 years. Approximately 6,500 employees currently participate in the FSA plan. P&A has been satisfactorily providing administrative and record-keeping services for MTA's FSA accounts for 14 years. The program costs are offset by saving approximately $932,000 a year due to reductions on the employer portion of FICA taxes that otherwise would be owed on wages, resulting in a net zero cost to the MTA for this service. Following negotiations, P&A submitted its BAFO of $2 per person per month, the lowest among the 3 proposers, and this represents a saving of 18% when compared to its initial cost proposal. P&A's new contract is 41% lower than the current $3.40 price per member fee, and when compared to the existing contract, an annual cost savings of $109,000 or $764,000 total savings over the 7-year term was achieved. The total estimated amount of this contract is not to exceed $1.5 million. The next item is a modification to extend a competitively negotiated personal services contract with Caremark PCS Health, also known as CVS, for 12 months through December 31st, 2024, and add funding for the continuation of the pharmacy benefit management services for active New York City Transit represented employees, retirees, and their dependents. This extension is needed to provide coverage while the procurement process for a new request for proposal, which has already begun, is completed. This will allow adequate time to transition into the successor contract. Following negotiations for the extension, total savings of $15.8 million, driven primarily by higher rebates, was reached. The requested amount for this modification, which includes additional funding for the current contract term, is $414.5 million. The third and final item is a supplemental agreement to extend a personal services contract with Greystone Select Inc. for 6 months, January 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2024, to continue to provide tenant management and accounting services to the MTA on behalf of MTA Real Estate. Greystone provides tenant lease compliance enforcement and tenant rent collection and accounting services for all tenants throughout the MTA's systems, managed by MTA Real Estate. This extension is needed to allow time to complete negotiations and finalize terms for the new contract. The total amount for this extension is $2.8 million. I submit these procurement actions for Finance Committee approval.
All right, thank you, Lizette. So we have flexible spending, pharmacy benefit management, a bridge contract, and tenant management services for MTA Real Estate. May I have a motion to approve, please?
I have a question.
Please, Ada.
So can CVS bid again or no?
Yes.
They can?
Yeah.
Okay. And Greystone, how long have you been using Greystone?
Greystone has had this contract for about 24 years.
24 years. And we're looking to extend their contract.
While procurement.
This current is a 6-month extension while we finalize the new procurement, which is
To be sent out.
to be finalized.
Okay. Thank you.
Good questions, very helpful in that. Reminds me of Chuck Merdler's discussion always of asking for new vendors and more competition. So, well, we need you to channel Chuck in that. Thank you. You know the old joke, you can take the girl out of the Bronx, but you can't take the Bronx out of the girl. So, may I have a motion to approve, please? Thank you. Second. Thank you. Discussion, further discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstention, motion passes. Lizette, back to you.
There are 3 information items on pages 31 through 36 of the committee book for Long Island Railroad this month, presented to their respective committee, and will be brought to the full board for a vote on Wednesday, seeking board approval for the awards of 1, a 5-year contract for window assemblies to Custom Glass Solution Trombersville LLC, 2, a 5-year contract for various lighting parts to Luminator Technology Group LLC, and 3, a 5-year contract for engineering seats and related engineering seating component parts to USSC Acquisitions Corp., doing business as United Safety and Survivability Corporation. There's 1 information item on pages 37 and 38 of the committee book for the New York City Transit Committee this month, presented to its respective committee, and will be brought to the full board for a vote on Wednesday, seeking board approval for award of the procurement of 224 low-floor 60-foot diesel buses with an option for 21 buses for a total of $291.7 million, as well as related items such as spare parts, special tools and equipment, diagnostic testing, technical documentation, and training. The contract also includes an additional option for up to 425 low-floor 60-foot diesel buses. There are no M&R procurement information items this month. There are no B&T procurement information items this month, and there are no FMTAC procurement items this month.
Great. Again, as a reminder, these are information items, so that we're just as a matter of good process, because it's a big spend, we're having a conversation in front of us. So if you have any questions that may not have been asked in transit or in Long Island Railroad, please ask them now. Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Lizette. Mr. Florio, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real Estate has 9 action items for consideration and approval. There's 1 administrative action item for MTA Metro North Railroad, and it is the modification to the Grand Central Terminal short-term retail licensing program. There are 8 transactional items. 2 are for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. The first is a license with Rosen's Cafe, retail unit in the lobby of 2 Broadway. The second is a development agreement with the Hudson Companies and Housing Works to construct a rail control center annex at 806 9th Avenue in Manhattan. The following 3 transactional items are with MTA New York City Transit. The first is a lease with Gail Lloyd Enterprises for office space at 16825 Jamaica Avenue in support of the relocated Jamaica bus terminal. The second is an amended and restated lease with LIC Northern Boulevard owner for office and warehouse space at 3300 Northern Boulevard in Long Island City, Queens. The third is a surrender of master lease property to the City of New York at the Smith and Ninth Stations in Brooklyn. And there's 1 transactional item for MTA Metro North Railroad, which is the acquisition of permanent easements from New York City Parks and Recreation at the Hutchinson River Parkway extension in support of the Penn Station Access Project in the Bronx. And there's one transaction item with MTA Bridges and Tunnels, which is a license of Edward Forney for a food and beverage counter to support an employee facility on Randall's Island. Let me note just an errata on one of the items for 3300 Northern Boulevard. Page 2 of the 3-page staff summary, we note in error that the rent escalations of 1.25% a year were in the previous rent schedule. They are not. And then as far under lessor's work, it was two-tiered. The lessor's work is $100 a square foot for the extended premises, for the existing premises, and then $75 for the expanded. I'd like to mention in the minutes, and we can have an altered staff summary for the board on Wednesday if you like. And also, with respect to the action item regarding the Housing Works project, Moonsun Park from Transit-Oriented Development is here to answer any questions.
So I have two questions.
Go for it.
Explain to me the housing work one again, I'm sorry.
Moonsun? Yeah.
So Hudson and Housing Works, they're the selected developer to build an affordable housing on the side of the RCC parking lot.
Oh, got it.
And that is part of an arrangement we made with the city back in 2007 as part of the Western Rail Yard.
Okay. And this is just continuing what is this action item that we're voting on? Giving them the...
It's to approve the development agreement.
Oh, okay. We haven't done it since 2007?
No.
Oh.
The city was not ready to
move
release
forward.
the RFP, yeah.
Oh, okay. Great. All right. That's good. And how many units of housing?
That's a very good question. I can get back to the committee
Great.
on that.
Thank you. And then, David, the Hutchinson River Parkway extension, explain that one to me again. The Hutchinson River Parkway, Metro North?
Penn Station access.
Penn Station access?
It's the acquisition of property to basically, as part of the larger acquisition of property, we're widening the rights of way and along the Hellgate line through the Bronx to provide for Penn Station access.
Right,
So
I'm
we're
just
acquiring a
trying to-
number of pieces of property, both public and private.
Right, I'm just trying to picture Hell's Gate and Hutchinson River Parkway.
We can show you. I can
Yeah,
show
if
you
you
that
don't
again.
mind showing me
Absolutely.
that. Okay,
Absolutely, yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
David, just after reading the Rosen's lease, that is for the area in the lobby that is currently a newsstand, correct?
That's correct.
So they would be taking over that space?
That's correct. And they would be eliminating the kiosks there that they currently operate.
Right.
And it would be a marriage of both their uses, be more of a grab and go, akin to what we have now, perhaps an expanded offering.
Thank you.
Any other questions? A wide range of real estate items, from coffee and oatmeal downstairs to continuing the fantastic work of Penn Station Access, which is deeply important, and affordable housing, which is not something we typically do, but deeply important to the city. So I'll ask for a motion on that heterogeneous mix. Thank you, Blanca. Second, Haida. Any further comments or questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Any new business for the committee? So ends the Finance Committee for 2023. A motion to adjourn. Thank you. Have a good dry day. See you Wednesday.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years at New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison, will go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Unit. Any equipment that we need to operate, we control it remotely.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
If you ride the subway often, you might have heard that a train is delayed because its brakes were activated. But what does that really mean? Let's take a look at the 3 ways a train's brakes can be activated. During regular train service, a train operator uses the service brake to slow and stop the train. If the train operator notices something dangerous on the train or the tracks ahead, the train operator applies the emergency brakes manually. This releases the air pressure from the braking system, requiring the train to use friction brakes only to bring the train to a stop as quickly as possible. If a passenger pulls the emergency cord, this will apply the train's automatic brakes. But a sudden stop could present harm to yourself or others. The emergency cord or handle should never be pulled while the train is in motion, unless the movement of the train presents an imminent danger to life and limb. It's only safe to pull the cord when you are in a station, where emergency services can get to you faster. Once the emergency brake is pulled, the brakes have to reset before the train can move again. A train's emergency brakes can also become activated by a tripping device. This is a small lever on the tracks that quickly triggers the emergency brakes and stops the train when it encounters something unusual on its journey, like debris or a signal malfunction. The train crew is required to inspect the train inside and out whenever the brakes are activated, to make sure everyone is safe and to locate what triggered the brakes. And sometimes this occurs in hard-to-reach spaces that take the train crew longer to navigate. The train crew removes the object that triggered the tripping device using a shoe paddle. If everything looks okay to the train crew, the train is back in action within a few minutes. But in the meantime, conductors are always actively communicating with you and keeping you updated. So next time you hear that, or from the bottom of a train before coming to a quick stop, remember, it's for your safety. We're always working to reduce any unnecessary use of emergency brakes on your subway ride. But when properly applied, they are vital to our transit system that keeps millions of New Yorkers safely moving every day.
Greenhouse gases have infiltrated the atmosphere, and we've been doing that over the last 100 years, not intentionally.
But at the end of the day, I'm very optimistic about solving the climate challenge, because what I've seen over my 35 years here at the MTA is amazing change. And that all begins with the engineers and architects here at the MTA.
I started here in 1987 as an assistant environmental engineer, and I worked my way up to chief environmental engineer. So I've always been in the environmental compliance section. Now I was actually being proactive, collecting rainwater to prevent flooding, making sure we have recycled materials, making sure our construction and demolition debris is recycled as opposed to just landfilled.
My signature project here at the MTA was the Mother Clara Hale Bus Depot. The building includes a green roof, which is a vegetated roof which absorbs rainwater, absorbs carbon dioxide, adds an extra layer of insulation to the roof, and also absorbs floating particles in the atmosphere. There's also a rooftop rainwater collection system which drains into a 50,000-gallon tank, and we use that rainwater to wash the buses. But we also use the wash water and we recycle it. We filter it and then we keep using it again and again. The building is gold certified from the United States Green Building Council, and people still come to the depot to tour it now more than 8 years after its completion. As a college professor now, after 25 years in the business, you realize that what you know, you have to pass on. So I think when I came to MTA in 1987, there were a lot of people that with lots of experience, and I realized that I needed to learn from them. We have done a great job here at MTA making our system more sustainable. Mentoring was a big deal when I first started here at MTA, and I think it's something MTA does a great job at. Because in order for us to be successful, we have to have a process where people learn from each other.
What does the mobile wash team do?
My name is Ferdo Chowdhury, Supervisor Mobile Wash Team. Mobile Wash unit has a big job in the system. They clean the station. And not only cleaning, in between you have to help customers. We take the truck, we take the equipment, we come to the station and clean the station. I inspect it, and after that, I'm gonna take the pre-job meeting with my team. I have to let them know this is the place we have to concentrate our mind, we have to do the job. First of all, we have to barricade the area. People cannot get in there. We have to put the soap, let the soap for 10 minutes so that the floor can suck the soap and open the dart. After that, we use the steel eagle machine. When we finish the steel eagle machine, we have to use the pressure gun. Because the steel eagle machine, sometimes it cannot reach all the way in the corner, around the column, in many other places. So we have to use the pressure gun. 4 o'clock, 4:30, we finish the job, pack up the equipment, and go back to the Quay State Depot. When customer come to us, say thank you, we feel good. And when our boss say, oh, you do the good job, we feel good, because then we are happy not with the money, with the appreciation.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the
Afternoon, everyone. We have now reached the last committee meeting for today, Monday, December 18th, and this is the Diversity Committee. It is my pleasure to welcome our new Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for the MTA, Lourdes Zapata. Lourdes, welcome. And I am also fairly new to this committee as chair. So we would like to get started. We'd like to know if there are any public speakers.
Good afternoon. We have one member of the public register to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speaker that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The only speaker that we have today is Maddie Bucky's Highland.
You got that right. Good afternoon. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. First, I would like to welcome Blanca Lopez as the chairwoman for this. You're going to do a great job in this thing, Blanca. Anyway, I want to speak today about diversity. As someone living with autism for the past 20 years of my life, diversity is important, where we have accessibility rights. And, as someone, this world is not just for people who don't have disabilities, but it's for all of us. Like my friends who have disabilities, like my friend Mr. Greif, we would like to thank the Metropolitan Transportation Authority for its commitment to having people with disabilities, since there are diverse people ever since President George Herbert Walker Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act. And I'd like to announce that this is an accessible station. Anyway, everybody, diversity rights are human rights, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not forget. Anyway, I hope everyone had a great day. May God bless each and every one of you, and happy holidays and a very happy new year.
Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Much. Unfortunately, we do not have a quorum for this meeting, so we will not be taking a vote to approve the meeting minutes from September's meeting. This committee meets on a quarterly basis, but we will continue to the Diversity Committee work plan. Are there any updates for the 2023 work plan?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. We have added the updated DBE policy and 2024 equal opportunity policy statements to today's meeting. Those can be found on pages 13 through 29 of the committee book. We've also moved the MWDBE and SDVOB task force announcement to the April 2024 meeting and the review of the Diversity Committee charter to the June 2024 meeting. The updated 2023 work plan is on pages 6 through 9 of the Diversity Committee book for your review. The 2024 Diversity Committee work plan can be found on pages 9 through 12.
Mr. Zuckerman, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, very well. Let's move forward. Executive summary.
Thank you very much. I will take over the agenda and present the executive summary, where we have 3 primary agenda items. First being the MWDBE SDVOB programs and compliance, outreach and certification, and SBDB highlights, updates on the small business mentoring program, and updates on our workforce ERG activities and the 5-year DEI strategic plan. I did want to take a moment to formally introduce myself to members of the committee. I joined the MTA in September of 2023, most recently coming to the MTA as the prior president CEO of the South Bronx Overall Economic Development Corporation, which is locally known as SOBRO, is a nonprofit economic development group that works around workforce, youth, adult, and affordable and supportive housing, as well as small business services. Prior to that term, I served as the New York State Chief Diversity Officer, and then elevated to that position from running the MWBE program at Empire State Development, where I was there from 2014 to 2018. I have dedicated my professional life around public policy, diversity, and equity, as well as workforce and youth development and small business and economic development programming. So I'm very much looking forward to doing some really great work here at the MTA with DDCR and with this committee in particular. I would like to just take a moment, if I may, to acknowledge the DDCR team who have worked diligently to ensure the success of our equity and diversity programs. I'm joined this afternoon by members of our DDCR leadership team that I will introduce in a moment, and they include Deputy Chief Diversity Officer for MWDBE SDVOB Contract Compliance, Ray Burke, Deputy CDO for Small Business Development Programs, George Cleary, Deputy Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, Dr. Rosalind Green, Deputy Chief CDO for Tech Operations, DBE Certification and Outreach, Christine Norman, as well as various members of our DDCR team. And given the holidays, I just want to take an extra special moment to recognize their attendance and their support in everything that we do. They include, but are certainly not limited to, Clay Roberts, Raul Larco, Barbara Cockfield, Alana Smith, Cherie Owens, Joyce Brown, Mark Frazier, Chris Santariello, and David Sang, and they're all joining us this afternoon for today's meeting. So with that, I will move on to our report related to the goal attainment. We're going to start with the data that represents our MWBE, DBE, and SDVOB accomplishments for the first and second quarter of fiscal year 23-24. You'll see that our MWBE payments to date are at over $361 million. Our SDVOB payments to date are at over $16 million. The DBE fiscal year 22-23 ended September 30th, and our total DBE awards are reflected above at $392 million, and that represents awards of 16% of our total availability. So unfortunately, we did fall short of our 20% goal, but we are, continuing to do as much as we can to get to that 20%. You will see also that we are on track, currently on track at 32% for our MWBE goal. So we have already exceeded our 30% goal for the year. We are at 6% for our SDVOB, which matches our goal. We're currently tracking about 60% for DBE, so we're certainly going to be looking at maximizing all of these numbers over the next quarter. Yes, sir.
Can you go back?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I get lost in the acronyms, and board members need periodic reminders of what things are. Just the three major buckets are. Just remind me of the acronyms one more time.
Of course. MWBE, which is Minority and Women Business Enterprises.
Right.
Those are state certified firms. SDVOB is Service Disabled Veteran Owned Business Enterprises. And then DBE is Disadvantaged Business Enterprises, a federal designation.
So can you compare and contrast the DBE from the first two? Because the first two are very obvious what they are, but the third one is...
DBE is a federal. So MWBE and SDVOB are state certifications. Right. DBE would be federal.
And so what's a DBE? Is it the same categorizations?
It's a different certification. They mirror somewhat the qualifications for MWBE, but they are different. It's a different certification process. They also have different requirements. So DBE, for example, has a personal net worth cap. I believe it's 1.32. Christine can correct me if I get that wrong. As opposed to MWBE, which is with the state, and they have a $15 million.
So I guess I'm just trying to compare and contrast why we've made 1 and 2 but not number 3. And so I'm just guessing, meaning the third one, so I'm guessing the differences we have, if our MWBE ceiling is greater net worth, we have businesses we're working with that are bigger in financial size than the ones the DBE requires. Is that the root cause of the difference?
That is part of the challenge with the DBE firms because they have such a low personal net worth cap. So we have, therefore, fewer DBEs to pull from. Right. They have to be certified. Got it. We've also got, as the state, as many entities are moving towards design-build models, that also creates additional challenges with identifying firms, and they also tend to be backloaded on contracts. Got it. So there are unique challenges to DBE. Christine, would you like to just add anything there?
Yes, I would say that there is a difference in the way the programs are evaluated. The MWBE program is evaluated on payments, and the federal DBE program is evaluated on awards. So what we're reflecting is the 16% of awards to DBEs, and the design-build model, has somewhat of an impact on that because firms are usually added over time and not always represented up front.
And just a quick question. with respect to not achieving the 20%, do we then have to submit a plan or anything to address that for next year?
Yes, I'm sure that we will be required to provide a shortfall analysis, and we will update you on those requirements as they occur.
So moving on, we wanted to provide just a general overview of some of our top prime and subcontracting awards over the last quarter from April 2023 through September 2023. We've got Thundercat, which received a $36 million award as a prime, a 5-year contract to update our Kronos software. Penda Aiken, which received a contract with New York City Transit for temporary medical personnel. Empire Control Abatement, which received a stormwater mitigation contract. And then for subcontract awards, we've got GCCOM Construction, which received foundation structure and building exterior work contracting for the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Northeast Construction, structural steel erecting ironwork for the viaducts at the Throgs Neck Bridge. And Dinach Associates, which is an engineering consultant and also received a $2 million contract. With respect to the DBE awards, our time period is a little bit different from October 2020 through June 2023. You will see DBE Voltemp Electrical that received a contract for the rehabilitation of circuit breaker houses in the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens, as well as Northeast Structural, which received a subcontract award for design build services for replacement of the Park Avenue viaduct. With this, we wanted to share also with the committee some key changes that have recently come into play with our small business development program. I will ask my colleague George Cleary to illustrate that.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Lopez and the board members. My full report is on page 66 in the book. In October, the state legislature approved changes to the MTA Small Business Mentoring Program, which we anticipate will make some significant impact in availabilities of contracts for our program participants and in contracting awards overall. Some of those changes, as you could see, one of the first is we increased the annual revenue cap for our contractors from $5 million to $10 million. We increased the contract threshold in our Tier 1 program. That threshold increased from $1 million to $1.5. And in our Tier 2 program, the threshold was increased from $3 million to $5 million. We also increased the numbers of years that a contractor could be in the program. In Tier 2 in the federal program, it increased from 4 years to 5 years. And we believe that this will help us as we continue our march with the program. With that said, that concludes my summary of updates.
Thank you. We'd like to move on now to providing an overview of our MWDBE and SDVR alphabet soup of outreach and certification. And I'll ask my colleague Christine Norman to provide that report.
Sure. This gives us a look at first and second quarter outreach events. And we've performed 27 outside MWDBE and SCVOB outreach events for first and second quarter, with various agencies or advocacy groups. DDCR also hosted a series of events that includes 4 DBE certification workshops. Those were held virtually. We also had through September 2 new firm orientations. That was a virtual event, and 1 SDVOB contractor outreach event, and that one was held in person. We've come into contact with over 368 firms. 276 of those firms were certified, which indicates that we may need to do more outreach to small business concerns to develop more firms that require certification to advance our DBE program and refer others to MWBE certification if eligible. We've provided the state's breakdown of services as in consulting, commodities, construction, and construction consulting for the firms that we have come into contact with. Okay.
Sorry, quick question. Can you go back? So when they have 2 or 3 items, it just means that the firm is not only service connected, but they're also minority and women. Let's like.
So the categories we've broken the firms down into is firms that are both state and federal, have state and federal designations. So that only furthers their opportunities to do business with the MTA because they're certified in both categories. So we're just showing you a view of, the kinds of firms and the types of certifications that they have for the businesses we've reached out to so far. Okay. We've also provided for you an overview of our DBE certification for second quarter, and we are ahead actually when you compare 22 to 23. We've certified 23 more DBEs than we did last year, and we've also decreased the average certification time by 3 days. And additionally, as mentioned earlier, we've updated the DBE policy, and it's included in the meeting book. All right? Questions?
I just want to say that this is, I love the fact that you provide that service to construction companies that could certainly benefit from this certification. So you're opening a door for so many more opportunities for them in this field. And this is what is so unique about this division and what it does. Not only provides opportunities at a specific level, but also working behind the scenes to make sure that all of these companies are ready for future opportunities as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And yes, I absolutely agree. I think it's critical to not just provide the opportunities and the monitoring, but also the supports that are needed to our businesses. And with that, speaking with respect to the monitoring piece, we thought we would spend a little bit of time this afternoon outlining our efforts on compliance, because it's not just enough to make these referrals and to get our firms engaged in contracting, but making sure that our partners are all doing their part in doing what they're supposed to be doing. So we've asked my colleague Ray Burke to walk us through the contracting process. Ray, if you would.
Good afternoon. The purpose of my unit is to maximize inclusion as far as the MTA contracts are concerned, both prime contracting and subcontracting inclusion. So basically, from the compliance perspective, there are 3 stages of compliance: pre-award, post-award, and reporting. In the pre-award stage, the whole process starts by the goal-setting process. So the agencies would submit their goal request to us, where we would actually look to see where the goals would be set as far as state-funded goals and federally funded goals. As you're aware, the state goals are 50% M, 50% W, and 6% SDVOB. And federally, it's 20%. That's the MTA goals. So what we try to do is maximize to meet those goals on our contracts. So over the past, say, in 2022, we had processed almost 500 goal requests on non-construction and construction contracts. And if we fail to match a maximum goal on a contract, it would have to be reviewed by myself, and sometimes as high as Lourdes, before it actually hits the streets. Once we hit the street, meaning it goes back to the agency and they put it out for bid, a contractor would have to submit a goal plan to meet the goal. We call that a bid evaluation or utilization plan. And this utilization plan is required to be submitted prior to award. We will not let a contract be awarded without an approved utilization plan by DDCR. On the monitoring, which is the post-award, that starts after the contract's been awarded. We utilize the New York State contracting system to monitor our contracts. We require the contractors to submit their monthly utilizations of these subcontractors, and that's how we monitor the goals towards meeting the goal that's on the contract. We have regular meetings with these contractors to make sure that they're aware of where they stand as far as compliance with the goals. In addition to that, we also have site visits, or what we call CUF reviews, and that makes sure that these actual subcontractors are working in the capacity that they're intended to work on these contracts. And at the end or during the midpoint of the contract, we evaluate these contractors on their performance towards meeting the goal. And this evaluation is something that is memorialized going forward and may affect their ability to get contracts going forward. We also have a contract closeout process, right, where we basically review all the documentation from the agencies as far as through the financial system and our records to make sure that we can close the contract and there's no low-bearing fruit, to make sure the subcontractors actually got paid what the prime contractors are saying they got paid. And the last stage is the reporting aspect. Now, in the reporting aspect, my team works very closely with Christine's team. And what we do is we scrub all the data for accuracy, right, before Christine reports the data to our federal partners and our state partners. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Any questions? No.
Thank you, Ray. And then last but certainly not least, as the committee is aware, we also monitor workforce data related to the entire MTA, and Dr. Rosalind Green is charged with that aspect. Dr. Green, if you would.
Good afternoon. We have had an unusually busy year this year with our state and federal programs. Starting in April, we came to the board and we had a special briefing on the Title VI program. So we updated our Title VI program and submitted that to the FTA, and that's a 3-year program. That's a program that has focused on our communities, our services, and our ridership. And customers, ridership and customers and prospective customers. So that one was updated in this year. It's unusual for us to have so many in 1 year to be updated. Then we came back in June and we talked about the update of the EEO program. So that's our Equal Employment Opportunity Program. During the next meeting, we talked about our areas of underutilization and some of the plans to address those areas of underutilization. Not only do we have the agency-wide look, but we have the agency-specific look for both the Title VI programs and the EEO programs. Today, we're going to talk mostly about our 5-year DEI strategic plan, and that's going to be given to you, a briefing by our Tower League, which is going to be Barbara Cockfield. Is going to talk about our 5-year DEI strategic plan. We kind of mentioned in previous meetings that was coming. We're hoping to get that to the state by the end of the year and give you a more detailed briefing during the first of the year. Now, as far as our workforce statistics, we have 72,887 employees as of the third quarter of 2023. We will be giving you the year-end statistics and during our first meeting. I guess that's going to be either March or April of 2024. We are constant in our representation of minorities and females across the agency. Thus far, we're comparing this information to our workforce statistics as of 2022 at the same period of time. Part of what we're responsible for is to look at the hiring practices and what's going on in each aspect of the workforce. So as we look at our hires and our separations, we have found that we are continuing to increase in our areas of representation for females and minorities across the MTA. Thus far, as we look at our statistics for the third quarter 2023. And I'm going to pass it on over to Barbara Cockfield to talk about our employee resource groups and the 5-year DEI strategic plan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Our work related to our talent and culture focused on belonging, health, and well-being this quarter. The events included were an all-generational employee resource group had a panel of generations in the workforce. The conversation embraced generational perspectives at the MTA and how their traits, beliefs, and life experiences shaped each generation and how it impacts their work. Empowering Women in Transportation had a breast cancer awareness walk. MTA employees united with the American Cancer Society for the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer walk to raise funds and awareness, support survivors, thrivers, and caregivers, and honor those who we've lost. This year's walk was the 30th anniversary, and it took place in Central Park, and we raised over $25,000. All Generational also had a winter toy and coat drive from November 1st through December 8th. The winter toy and coat drive benefited some local charities. They collected 678 toys, 444 coats, as well as sweaters, hats, gloves, books, and baby items. And Veterans ERG had a Veterans Day ceremony on November the 8th, and the Veterans ERG held a luncheon ceremony to commemorate Veterans Day, and they were joined by Chairman Jana Lieber, as well as executive sponsors and employees. Next slide, please. So now we're going to share the progress of the first MTA 5-year Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Plan. Executive Order 187 established a comprehensive statewide objectives to promote diversity and inclusion throughout New York State's agencies, workforces, programs, and services delivered to the public. Executive Order 187 required New York State agencies to develop a comprehensive 5-year diversity and inclusion strategic plan. The purpose of this plan is to outline a set of concrete, achievable actions that will allow the MTA to become more fully diverse and inclusive. The plan's framework is built on the following tenets: recruit, retain, and develop a talented workforce, ensure transparent and accountable decision-making for all stakeholders, both internally and externally, and engage, support, and enhance partnerships with vendors, contractors, and city and state federal government. The framework allows us to continue to be a driver for enabling regional equity. DDCR led the planning process starting in early 2023, which included establishing multi-departmental planning teams, organizational assessment and data collection, development of goals and priorities for the next 5 years, and sharing of the plan with agency stakeholders and formally adopting it. Next slide, please. So these are the 4 goals that are agency-wide. The following goals were developed from the overarching priorities that came out as we reviewed state guidance and frameworks for the DEI plan, as well as the agencies and functions discussion and planning meetings for the MTA. Each goal has strategies that are in alignment with the goals from agencies and functions across the organization. Goal 1 is aligned with the following strategic priorities: deliver better service, increase appeal for customers, strengthen and expand the network, promote safety and respect. Goal 2 is aligned with our strategic priority, which is to provide talent and culture, provide strong administrative support, and achieve financial stability and viability. And that's to recruit, retain, and develop a talented workforce. Goal 3, to foster an inclusive workplace culture, is aligned with the following strategic priorities: revive talent and culture, provide strong administrative support, achieve financial stability and viability. And Goal 4, provide a platform for collaborative, effective communication and engagement, is aligned with strategic priority: deliver better service, increase appeal for customers, strengthen and expand the network, revive talent and culture, achieve financial stability and viability. The strategic plan, action plan, will be implemented over a 5-year time span. A complete timeline for the implementation of the goals, strategies, and actions listed within this plan are included in our new dashboard located on our intranet site. This timeline will be updated by DDCR as actions are advanced and completed. DDCR will work with strategy leads to adjust timelines as necessary throughout the year. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Just a quick question in terms of the identification of all of these goals. Were these done based on some public comment period within the MTA? How did we go about identifying these goals? If you could talk a little bit about that.
So we did get some guidance from the state and things that they wanted to ensure that all agencies across New York State included, but they also gave us leeway to make sure things that were important to the MTA were also included. And so we had meetings with executives across the entire organization as well as their teams to develop the goals.
Thank you. Any questions?
And just to add to that, for each goal, we have initiatives that's associated with each goal, and they come from each of the respective agencies. So they are really pretty unique, and they are focused, and they came straight from the executive staff and the top executive and the staff for each agency as to how they wanted to hook on to the 5-year DEI strategic plan, and with a commitment to ensuring that we're going to track, monitor, and achieve those goals.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our report for this afternoon. If I may, we've been joined by some additional staff from DDCR. So if I could just ask the DDCR staff to please stand so the board members can see who you are, and thank you all for joining us. I want to publicly acknowledge the amazing work that this team does. I've had the honor of getting to know them all. I still don't think I know all the names, and I still am trying to figure out who's who and what's what, but everyone's just been incredibly generous with their time and their guidance and their expertise. And I got to say, the MTA is just in excellent hands with this group, so I'm really pleased and honored to be working with each and every one of them.
Thank you so much for coming here. We really appreciate you being here. And again, I just want to echo what Ms. Zapata mentioned. Your hard work, it shows there's a lot of ongoing reporting, monitoring, a little bit of everything, not just to the state, but to at the federal level. So congratulations for all the hard work that you do. And happy holidays. And with that, we will be adjourning the committee meeting. Thank you
very much.